Ray?
Here.
Williams?
Here.
Weiniger?
Here.
Okay, and before we do the pledge tonight, I'd like everyone to please rise and we'll have a moment of silence for two students at Castleview that we lost on Friday night. Unfortunately, Colton Bellamy and Audrey Todd were killed by a drunk driver on I-25. And tonight you'll see all the directors wearing these ribbons in solidarity and support for both the Bellamy and Todd families and the entire Sabercat community. So if we can have a moment of silence. Okay, thank you, everyone. And now the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, everyone. And we'll move on to item number 3, the DCSD Spotlight. And Superintendent, Kane, if you'd like to introduce our first day of school highlight video.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Yesterday marked the first day of the 22-23 school year for most of our schools, and it was a fantastic day to welcome our kids and our staff back to school. You could see a lot of those pictures as you entered the room tonight, and they will be playing throughout our breaks as well. We were able to celebrate the first day of school together, the cabinet, the board, myself. All of us went out individually, and between us all, we hit all of our schools. So thank you so much to everyone participating in the first day of schools. It means a lot to our schools to see all of us engaged and part of our schools. We're introducing 2 videos tonight. The first is from our Board of Education to welcome back our students and our staff. And the second is a first day of school highlights video. So with no further ado, here are videos.
CSD community, I'm Mike Peterson, and all of us are very proud to serve as directors on your Board of Education. It's a wonderful time of year, and everyone is gearing up to ensure we have a great school year.
The first day of school is always a celebration. We are very excited to see all of our students, staff, and families for the 22-23 school year.
As I start my 33rd year in Douglas County School District, I've never ceased to be amazed at the incredible energy of all our students and our staff and our community. Whether as a former principal, a director of outdoor education, a board member, or a central office administrator, or a parent, I'm still astounded by the work that we do in Douglas County School District.
I'm so proud to be serving our incredible school district as a former DCSD student. My husband and I both attended Ponderosa High School. All of us board directors visited our schools on the first day of school to celebrate the new school year.
I am a proud DCSD mom. I love everything about the start of a new school year, especially meeting your child's new teachers, watching your kids connect with new and old friends. It's just a truly special time of year for our amazing families and employees.
Welcome back. It's a great time to be in Douglas County. I remember as a former teacher getting my classroom ready, greeting students with excited and smiling faces, and reconnecting with teachers and meeting new teachers. Those are some of my fondest memories.
As a mom of 2 Thunder Ridge High School graduates who attended Douglas County Schools their entire career, I know that those connections made in the classroom are essential, and that all students deserve to feel valued and respected in our schools. Douglas County is an amazing place to live, work, and raise your family. We're so excited to have you as part of our community, and we encourage you to engage with your schools.
Thank you, everyone. And for those of you that are looking to know more about funding, Superintendent Aaron Kane has been out educating the community on how schools are funded. If you need to know more, please go to www.dcsdk12.org/funding. We volunteer our time for the district because each and every one of us cares about the 64,000 students we have and their families and the community. And here's to a wonderful year in DCSD.
This is my DCSD.
No kidding.
Board directors for bravely filming that. It was fantastic. It'll go out to our system tomorrow. And welcome back to school, everyone.
And I'm glad the Board of Education could make your students and staff look so much better in contrast in your video. All right, moving on to number 4, we have the Mill Bond Oversight Committee Annual Presentation and Annual Report. And we'll have Mr. John Freeman come up for a 15-minute presentation, and we have 10 minutes of Q&A. And just to be clear, because I had some folks ask the question, this is about the 2018 Mill Bond and our spend. We will talk about potential future funding in the next presentations. Thank you, sir.
Great. Okay. Greetings, President Peterson and directors. Thank you for allowing me to have the report tonight. So I'm John Freeman. I'm the chair of the Mill Bond Oversight Committee. And other members of the committee that are present tonight are Joe Robinson, who's in the second row there, and Jim Morris. So thank you all for coming. See the next slide, please. Or am I doing it or are you doing it?
You can do it if you want, but we can also.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see, first a little history. So as promised to the voters, the MBOC was formed during the first 6 months of 2019 with the charges of to become familiar with the MLO and bond program and project list, to monitor the progress of the improvements and programs being implemented, and to ensure the MLO and bond expenditures are in alignment with the ballot language approved by the voters. Okay. Since that time, the MBOC has continued to meet quarterly. We review the projects and spending in aggregate, as well as delving into subcategories such as facilities maintenance and improvements, construction, vehicle replacement, and information technology. See, definitely my favorite activity is visiting schools and touring schools. In this summer, we had the opportunity to tour Sedalia Elementary, Douglas County High School and Stadium, and the FPOD at Castleview High School. And it never ceases to amaze me, all the things I learn or what I see when I tour a school. And for instance, like at Sedalia, this is a great example as to why the 2018 bond was so desperately needed. I don't know if anybody has been there recently. Okay, well, if you kind of walk down the side of the building where the old front door used to be, the land tilts or slopes toward the school. So whenever it rains or snows, that water just drains down the land and right actually into the school building. So there were all these sandbags down the side of the school. And I assumed that they were just for the part of the construction process. But no, those things have been there for who knows how long in order to keep that water from draining into the school. So they're in the process of building a 12-foot deep ditch or a trench, to catch that water before it reaches the school, so they can finally remove those sandbags. Which I thought that was amazing that we had a facility out there that we had sandbags, semi-permanently installed in order to protect that building. And also the FPOD at Castleview, that's very, very popular. And very, very much needed, very well deserved. And actually, for a while, I kind of thought that might be sort of a chant of the committee, because every time I mentioned tour, somebody would say FPOD. So it was like tour, FPOD, tour, FPOD. So I say we've been there several times to tour the FPOD. And unfortunately for Rex Core, he's probably not seen the last of us, because I understand he's moved over to Legacy. But I've already had committee members saying, well, we need to go to Legacy. So I guess he will be seeing us again there in the future. And at Douglas County High, the needs are very, very great there. Probably, the bond definitely made an impact, but there are still many more things to be done, which hopefully in the next bond, that can be addressed. Let's see, so the 2018 bond made it possible for the district to have some amazing accomplishments over the past 3 years. The district has completed countless maintenance projects, greatly expanded and improved career tech programming, increased the counselor ranks, and many, many more things, all made possible by the funding provided by the taxpayers of Douglas County. I definitely would like to thank Rich Cosgrove and his staff, and also the staff at NV5, for all their hard work and everything they have accomplished over the past 3 years. It's been amazing what they have gotten done in really such a short amount of time. And while the majority of the bond funding has been spent, I'm sure there will be many more achievements that we can add to these before all is said and done. And speaking of overall spending, so of the $305 million available to be spent, including about $250 million the base amount, $40 million in premium and $15 million in earned interest, about $256 million or 84% has been spent as of May. Okay. See, and regarding the MOO, you may remember the MLO was for $40 million, but we had $42 million budgeted this past year, this current year. And that's because the funding became available about halfway through the 2018-2019 school year. So very little was spent that first year. It was put into a reserve account. So now the district's been spending, slowly spending down that reserve. So these are the major categories or projects that the bond funds have been spent on. The largest allocation is for the CIP or maintenance projects, followed by the purchase of buildings and then technology refresh. Toward the other end of the spectrum is the bond management, which is only at 2%. So essentially the overhead, or what it costs us to administer these funds, is running about 2%. A key charge given to the MBOC is to monitor the expenditures to ensure they are in alignment with the ballot language. On one hand, we can certainly attest that, yes, they are in alignment. On the other hand, we do need to balance that with the generic ballot language that was used that did not put any additional limitations on what may be purchased with bond funds versus general fund. It's been a good year information-wise for the MBOC. We are seeing more detailed expenditure reports, a list of purchase items, details regarding how the remaining funds are being reallocated to address the most pressing needs of the district. Superintendent Kane has excellent listening skills and has quickly brought herself up to speed with what the MBOC has done over the past 3 years. And also would like to thank the newer board members because they have dove right in and absorbed everything they could to get themselves up to date. So I really appreciate what you all have done. Let's see, in looking to the future, what does the MBOC believe needs to happen in order for another MLO and bond to gain the approval of the voters? First and foremost, it would be quite helpful to use more specific ballot language than what was used previously. Then back up that specific language with detailed lists of maintenance projects, descriptions of the new construction, IT purchases, programmatic items, etc., along with budgeted or estimated amounts, and eventually the actual costs, all publicly available on district's website for anyone and everyone to see. The district's financial needs are enormous. And while additional funding brought in by a new bond or MLO will be greatly appreciated, these funds do not come close to addressing all of the needs. Therefore, it is to be expected that over the life of the bond, new urgent needs will appear, while existing needs will be moving up and down the priority list. With that in mind, a very open and understandable process for reallocating funds within a future bond would be welcomed. If possible, posting this process on the district's website will reassure the public that, yes, there is a specific plan in place to ensure the funds are being spent to address the greatest needs, while also remaining true to the voters' expectations as to how the funding will be spent. Transparency is in the details, especially in the financial details. For the next bond, please consider tracking expenses at the specific maintenance project, programmatic, or individual purchase level instead of at the school or facility level. Does this take time and require a minimal investment in staffing? It certainly does, but I think the knowledge gained will be worth the effort. And I firmly believe that learning from the past and striving for improvement in the future will lead to positive outcomes for all stakeholders. Let's see, for additional information on the MBOC or the bond and mill in general, I'd like to refer you to our annual report. Probably the most useful aspect of that report are all the links to the various sections on the district website, which contain the comprehensive information regarding the bond spend. Okay, so at this point, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Open it up for director questions. Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
I just have a quick comment. Being the MBOC liaison, I agree that the highlight of MBOC was definitely the field trips we took, because it's one thing to see all of these items on the screen, these light items we spent money on, but it's another thing to see it in person, see the brand new kitchen at Douglas County High School. That was really cool. And then all the updates made to other career tech ed things. I mean, it's just amazing the opportunities we have for our students these days. And it just also reinforced that how important it is to routinely pass a bond so we can keep these updates going and not have all these years go by and we have this huge list of things we need to maintain and update. So I also wanted to comment that as someone, you have worked so close to this 2018 bond and everyone else on MBOC, please feel free to email me or email the whole board of your opinions on what we're going to vote on in 2 weeks of the language around that, because I know language was a big thing and a big discussion at a lot of the meetings. So, but great job on the presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Something I took away is clearly the 4 lessons learned, because I think other than your stewardship of tracking and making sure that the board and the district is spending funds only on what the taxpayers intended, I think the biggest thing that I'm taking away from the annual report, getting ready what we're getting ready to talk about, is your 4 takeaways: clear and specific language, information publicly available, publish the processes and the policies that will guide the bond plan. And I know there's been a lot of talk of having a bond plan. I think that's an excellent idea, and tracking the expenses at a more granular level. And I would hope as a board, we would make sure that all those lessons learned are not relearned, and that we implement those things going forward. So thank you for your expertise and commitment. One question I have, since this is the annual report, does the MBOC have openings, and how do people apply to assist you in your future efforts?
Yes, we do have openings. If you go to the district's website, and on the right-hand side, there's an A to Z tab. You can click on that and then scan down to the M's and look for Mill Bond Oversight Committee. And on our opening page there, it will list vacancies. So right now, we are looking for a secondary educator, I believe an elementary educator, and a safety and security person. You will see a position on there for a parent from Highlands Ranch, but we do have several applications for that. All that should not preclude you, though. If someone out there would like to apply, they are certainly more than welcome to. But the ones we don't have any applications for are the educators and the safety and security position.
Thank you. Other directors? Director Wright?
First of all, I just want to thank you, John. When you signed up for this, you probably didn't realize we were going to keep hanging on to you for this many years. And so 3+ years, you've been like the Rock of Gibraltar on this committee that has had a lot of ins and outs of membership. And so first of all, just want to thank you. And I think we've got to give ourselves some grace a little bit. When you figure we haven't had a bond election for 12 years, this is the first time we really spent some time with dollars for our students. I think we've done a heck of a job in terms of managing that well, and I think it's your group that really held us accountable to make sure that we were doing the right thing. So I just wanted to personally thank you, and also just congratulate the district, because this is not an easy thing to navigate when you haven't done it for 12 years. So I'm really proud of the work that's been done.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult when there are no staff left that were here 12 years ago. So you're right, it's a learning curve for everyone.
Yeah.
From the inbox to the staff to the board.
Well, thanks for curving with us. Job well done. We appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
Any, Director Meek?
Again, thank you. Not only MBOC, MBEC, LRPC, he's a busy man. So thank you very much for this presentation. You mentioned the open positions. Could you speak a little bit to the time requirements that it might take for someone in our community that might be interested in serving on the MBOC?
Yeah. If someone's interested in serving, this is actually probably the best committee to get on. And I say that because we typically meet quarterly. Every other committee I've been on is at least monthly. And like at the MBEC, that was weekly. So it's the time commitment is really relatively small. So say we meet that the third Wednesday of the month quarterly. There might once or twice a year, there's a couple of additional meetings, like for instance, the tours we do during the summer. But then that's optional. You don't have to go on the tour. But mainly it's one meeting every quarter, and the meetings are, well, we try to hold them to around 2 hours. Sometimes that doesn't work. We've had some that go 3. So it's 2 to 3 hours quarterly, and there's probably maybe an hour's worth of prep time or so to read the agenda items that are going to be discussed at that meeting. So.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then I know it's already been mentioned around the specific bond language. Do you have any recommendations based on the presentation slides that have been loaded, or am I premature in asking that?
Oh, you might be a little premature, but yes, I did have some, and I had Superintendent Kane and I have talked about those, and she has accepted most of them. So I think we are well down the road on that.
If I may ask a follow-up relative to the language on the 2018 bond, because one of your lessons learned is clear and specific language. I know that we funded CTE as part of that, and the original intent was to build a facility for career technical education. We didn't do that. We purchased a facility. So can you talk a little bit to the necessity of some flexibility in that language? Because I believe in the 2018 bond, we didn't build the facility, but we certainly honored the intent of the taxpayers to provide a CTE capability and what I believe was an incredible value, to purchase and rehab rather than build. So can you just comment on the necessity of flexibility in that language as well, looking back at the 2018 bond?
Yes, and that's where as long as that process is clearly laid out and publicly displayed on the website, then I think we're fine. That process has been a little gray over the years. And that's why we were specifically recommending that process be publicly posted on the website. And yes, the CTE was, expanding the programs were definitely a part of the 2018 bond. Actually building or buying the building was not. There was a building in there for the alternative education. And the other main construction would be the FPOD. That was in there. And then expanding CTE and at the current facilities was in there, but not actually buying a building.
Any other board questions for Mr. Freeman? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 5, the fiscal oversight bond mill levy override recommendation for this year, and Mr. Maris will be presenting.
President Peterson and the Board of Education, Superintendent Kane and staff, thank you for allowing me, Jim Maris, as the chair of the Fiscal Oversight Committee, to be here in front of you tonight and for serving at the board's needs. So you've already got the memo, the detailed memo that FOC prepared and sent to the board. So the presentation tonight is just a real brief kind of overview. I want to start by saying thanks to the staff, because without the busloads, literally boatloads of information that they've provided to the committee so that we could make our decisions and recommendations, it would not have been an easy job. It wasn't an easy job anyway, but it would have been more difficult without having the assistance of the staff. So thanks to the staff. And John, if you see that the material, the Outlook, the PowerPoint presentation looks familiar, it's because I stole John's format. So. All right. So we'll go. All right. So as you know, the Fiscal Oversight Committee bylaws have certain things in them that require us to get involved and provide recommendations to the board concerning proposed MLOs and bonds. And it also talks about us determining feasibility or making decisions, recommendations on feasibility, as well as oversight. And of course, since 2018, that has changed a little bit. So we have the Mill Bond Exploratory Committee that did the feasibility part for us. So FOC is concurring in the recommendations that the MBAC made earlier this year. And then obviously the MBAC does the oversight part for us. So FOC still, because of my involvement on MBAC, I still report back to the FOC. So we still have some discussion there, but we're not, hip deep in the mill and bond oversight. I'll leave that to the MBAC. So, and again, FOC concurs with the recommendations in the annual report that MBAC has just provided. So, based on the budgets and the historical and future projections for the district, it is very obvious to FOC that there is a need for an MLO and for a bond. For the MLO, so we had an extra meeting this year that we normally don't have. So we had 2 meetings in June because of our recommendations that were coming to the board for tonight. And we had a very lively discussion. And so the board, the committee, rather than recommend a specific amount, we decided to recommend a range. So there was a group on FOC that thought a smaller bond would be, an MLO would be needed, and there was another part of the group that thought a larger MLO would be needed. So our recommendation was, takes both of those views into consideration and says somewhere between 35 and 60 million should get us down the road a ways as far as our financial needs. Regarding the bond, the same issue. There was some of us that felt a smaller bond would be more reasonable, and then there's others that thought the needs are so great that even a $450 million bond would not get us a long ways. It would be like the 2018 bond. Here we are 4 years later, and we have a large list of needs that the bond funding is needed for. So again, between 350 and 450 million. And I'll say that the recommendation for considering a smaller amount would be, I think, based on some of the information that John just presented, that here we are 4 years later and we haven't quite got all the money spent from 2018, and that was a $250 million bond. So if we're going to go out for 350 or 450, our concern was, can we get that money spent and spend it wisely in the short period of time that's required under the laws regarding the district spending money. So again, as with John, Superintendent Kane has met with me as well, and we've had that discussion, and I think she has in her presentation a proposal to kind of deal with that spending issue. One other thing that came up, and again, because the staff made us aware of it, is back in 1997, there was language included that limited the district's ability to levy to a certain amount. And depending on the bond amount and depending on the MLO, that language could contradict what the board decides to do. So again, the staff has those magic numbers on what it would be, but in the big picture, it's 50.657 mils. And so anything that would result in a larger levy than that would mean that as part of the vote, that language would need to be removed as a limitation for the board. You would still be subject to, on the MLO side, for example, to the 25% that the state has as a requirement, but this would not let you get to 25% depending on the split of the bond and MLO. But again, it's an issue that, from 1997, and, we're all adults now. We weren't back then, right? Again, like MBOC, we also felt, FOC felt that there was a need to tighten up the bond language. So I think you heard that, and there were some questions regarding that. And again, depending on what the board decides to do, but we are recommending you deal with the issue of, if there's bond premium, again, which may not be reality now in the interest rate market, but bond earned interest and bond proceeds, that there be some white lines, so to speak, on the road for the staff. So again, we recognize the need for flexibility. There's definitely, we need to be flexible because things change, but I think it's good to have white lines on the edge of the road so the staff knows if they're getting outside of those white lines that they then need to come back to the board to get consent for those actions. So, so the bond payment structure, and again, we've spent a lot of time looking at the bond payments. And obviously, we provided a memo to the board regarding the bond refinance or the bond payoff that was done earlier this year. And so the concern that FOC has is with some of the stuff that's being bought with bond proceeds. So again, generally 20-year bonds is what we're issuing. And some of the stuff being purchased, like vehicles or laptop computers or some of those assets that would have a life significantly less than 20 years. And that we asked the board to consider, the debt structure that would allow for those debts that were used to purchase those shorter lived items to be paid off quicker. Now, that may conflict with the desire to keep bond payments low, but from a fiscal position that we're recommending that we've got to get out of this where we're, buying computers that only last 5 years and then paying for them over 20. So if you can imagine buying your car and financing it for 20 years. And that may work for me because I keep my cars that long, but they got 200,000 miles on them by then. And so it's not a good bet to have debt on your car at the 20-year life. So, all right. Questions?
Board directors? Director Weiner?
Same thing, just some good comments, because I'm the FOC liaison as well. And I agree, the conversation we had on June 30th for this presentation, coming up with a recommendation, was very lively, but I thought it was very civil as well. And there's all extremes, as Jim said, and raised some valid questions of realistic wiggle room for Douglas County. And I think everyone agreed we need that money, but what's realistic? And I think staff's going to address more of that. So I'm looking forward to that. And I like something you put in the memo that said, being good and wise stewards of taxpayer funds and clearly communicating with staff, parents, and other taxpayers is critical. And I completely agree. I think transparency is vital. And so I also hope that you still have a want to come up with a bond plan or debt plan with the FOC this year, so that we know that we have more control and it's being spent how the plan is. So, but yeah, great job. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Director Ray?
Echo that, Jim, and you are also one of those that have been with us for many years, so thank you for your long-term service, first of all. One of the statements you made in terms of that discussion of smaller bond versus larger bond was that the people that were advocating for a smaller bond was advocating for that because the 2018 bonds had not completely been expended. Just to clarify, it's not those that 15% or whatever that hasn't been expended. It's allocated. There's plans to use that money. It's not like this is money that's just sitting around with no purpose. But it sounds like some of the discussion was, well, until that is completely spent, we shouldn't be asking for more dollars. Can you just clarify that a little bit?
I don't know that was our recommendation. It's just that we want you to be aware of that there's still some of that money that has not been spent. And, we're, it'll be 4 years coming up here pretty soon. And so our concern was that the larger bond, if we're going to sell a $450 million bond at one time, boy, that's almost doubling what we did in 2018. And we just wanted to make sure that, though, as we're spending money, we don't get in the mode of, well, we got to spend this money, so we got to spend it. Gotcha. And that we be wise on how we spend the funding. And so, as John mentioned, there was some, and there still continues to be some of the plan, moving. It's a little bit of a moving target, which again, that's the flexibility part that allows us to be flexible, and as needs change, that we can then change the plan on the bond spend. So I think our goal would be to let's limit that changing based on the need to just spend money, because we got money that has to be spent, and limit it based on, true need and retrospective, decision making that, hey, this has changed now, and we need to move some of this money to a different spot to spend it. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I think, again, the public awareness, as John mentioned from the MBOC recommendations, that stuff be publicly posted on the website, and so that it'd be very clear. Here's the list that we're starting with, and know that there may be changes, but it not be done, out of the public's eye.
Great.
I think MBOC's, been aware of those changes, but it sometimes the changes, kind of came out of the blue, so to speak. Gotcha. And, so the legacy campus is, I think, a good example of that. Not saying it was a bad decision or the wrong decision. It just kind of came out of the blue to everybody on the committees.
Sure, gotcha. And one other question, you had talked about paying back the bonds of items that have a lot less than a 20-year lifespan.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is a question for you, Jim, or for Jana, but is that, do we have that flexibility where when we have a bond package, can we do certain bonds that are associated with those short-term kinds of purchases, that we can pay those back differently than those bonds that we know we're gonna need or we're gonna pay out for the 20-year? I'd just be curious if there's flexibility for that.
Yeah, from the reality standpoint, you can structure the bond however you want.
Okay, thank
So, obviously that impacts your debt service.
Right.
Now, the 2018 bond, if you, maybe, if you can have that at a future meeting, that they can present to you how that was structured. It was very front-loaded. It wasn't done on purpose. To structure based on shorter-term assets. It was done because of the structure of the bond to, because of the other debts rolling off, so that they could maintain the mill levy at the current level. And then that is now rolling down, that debt service in that 2018 bond, stepping down, which would provide the opportunity for new debt service here without potentially changing the mill levy. So it may be occurred on the 2018 bond just because of the way it was structured, with the step down. So again, we haven't seen, the new structure for what they're talking about here until there's a decision by the board on what you're going to proceed and how you're going to proceed. Then that discussion would come into play, on, well, what's the structure now going to be and how's it going to fit into your existing debt structure?
So really advocating for more intentionality to really look at what we're spending those bonds on and
That would be,
structuring accordingly.
that's what the FOC would recommend, yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Yeah.
Director Meek?
Again, I echo, thank you so much for all of your years of service to our students in our school district. There was one statement in the FOC memo that I was hoping you could elaborate on just a little bit. It states the recent Supreme Court of the U.S. decision regarding school vouchers may impact district finances. Can you speak to that?
Well, just that there was that Supreme Court decision regarding a case in Maine, I think, maybe Wyoming or Montana. I'm not sure which of the two states were. But obviously it's Supreme Court decisions, precedent now. Colorado doesn't have a voucher plan in place. And, the previous boards have made an attempt to do that and it was struck down. So I think FOC raised it that, hey, there's this Supreme Court decision out there now that, could potentially change what happened a number of years ago when the district tried to implement a voucher program. And if that would be implemented, then that would be, I think, a pretty significant financial issue for the district to deal with.
And I've heard Superintendent Keene answer this question in multiple media interviews, but it might be helpful for you to say what you've said publicly. Yeah.
Sure, I think I can quote my interview with Kyle Clark. We do not have a voucher program in Douglas County, and I have not heard intentions from any of my individual conversations with our 7 directors that is in anybody's individual plans. So, and I think what I also said to Kyle Clark is my job as the CEO of Douglas County Schools is to make sure that our schools are so amazing that no one would need a voucher. So that was what I commented.
Other directors? Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers.
I would also like to recognize my vice chair, James Coop, is here tonight as well. I don't know if there's anybody else here. So anyway, that good company tonight, good company too, by the way. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And moving on to item number 6, the staff recommendation for bond MLO. This will be a 30-minute presentation followed by 10 minutes of Q&A.
I've never been very good at standing still at a podium, so I'm going to do the handheld mic. So the entire cabinet is behind me here, not only to help answer questions, but this is a reflection not of my work, but of our work as a team, and I could not be more proud of this incredible team and what we've worked together on. Okay, so a little bit about tonight's agenda for my 30 minutes, and I am absolutely going to try to stick to my 30 minutes. I'm going to just talk really briefly about our funding challenges. Not that our Board of Education isn't fully aware of our funding challenges, but also for our public that is watching to understand the context of this recommendation. Give you a summary of our staff recommendation and then the details around our recommendation for a mill levy override, a bond. We have potential ballot language for discussion, and then next steps and question and answer time. So just to start with our funding challenges, it always comes down to our kids. That's what it comes down to, I know, for all 7 of you. That's what it comes down to for all of us, is our kids and what we want for our kids. We want to make sure that our district continues to be a destination district, that it is an amazing place to work and go to school, that will attract companies to come move into Douglas County in order to have their families be able to access our schools, that will attract teachers from across the country and from across the state to come and work in our amazing district. We want to make sure that our kids have incredible pathways to success as they leave our system, whether it's college, career, service pathways, or as President Peterson talks about, life skills, and making sure that we are working with local industry here in Douglas County to create a pipeline for the amazing businesses that we have here. And to make sure that each and every one of our schools is a point of pride in our community. That's what we all want for our kids. So a quick overview of how we are funded. We are funded through both local property taxes and state equalization funds, which comes from income tax and sales tax. The state legislature determines our funding level every year. Consider that our bucket size. Our bucket is first filled with what we raise here locally through our local property taxes, and then the state fills in the difference. So when we experience prosperity in Douglas County through higher assessed values, more homeowners, more businesses, et cetera, and we're collecting more property taxes locally, we simply receive less from the state. So our state share decreases and our bucket size remains the same. The one thing that changes that dynamic is a mill levy override. The State School Finance Act allows each school district, in the spirit of local control, to be able to raise an additional 25%, so to increase their bucket size by 25% through a locally approved mill levy override. And over the years, our neighbors have put a lot of locally approved mill levy overrides in place, more than we have. And so this has increased the funding gap between Douglas County School District and our neighbors. The funding gap is through the mill levy override. This chart shows you local share and state share of surrounding districts per student. So you can see in Douglas County, we don't have an overwhelming amount of local share. We currently raise about $3,600, if I'm seeing that correctly, through our local share per student. So that's what our property taxes raise, and then the state fills in the rest at about $5,500. And you can see from other districts, the balance is different. The main reason it's different in Denver and Boulder County, for example, is that they have so much more commercial taxes than we do here. The gray is the mill levy override. This is the differentiator. This is where local control comes into play. And you can see the difference between us and Cherry Creek School District. For example, in terms of our mill levy overrides, is $19.51 per student. Our student count in 21-22 was 63,878. So that is a very, very big gap. And that's why we cannot pay our teachers competitively. And in fact, this is our salaries from 21-22, average teacher salary. Douglas County School District now sits at the bottom of the metro area at $57,919 on average. And again, where we lose teachers to tends to be Cherry Creek because it is right across the border from us. And their average teacher salary falls in at $76,000. This is a huge challenge. This is just math, local control, and markets. And it isn't just our teachers, of course. We're losing Other positions, we're not competitive in other positions as well, starting with educational assistants. Even with all of these changes that we were able to make going into this school year, our EA1s are still starting at $13.62 an hour versus Chick-fil-A or Starbucks or really anywhere else if you look around. Bus drivers, also in administration, principals, assistant principals. It's all throughout our district. Every position is not competitive. Why can't our district just cut administrative costs? I get this question all the time. You can see here that most of our money goes to salary and benefits. 85%, in fact, go to salary and benefits. If you take that salary and benefits piece and break it out by what's going to our staff versus school-based administrators versus central-based administrators. School-based administrators make up 4% of our salary and benefits, and central-based administrators, including myself and all the amazing people standing behind me here, make up 1% of our salary and benefits. And just as an example, our Human Resources Department has 23 professionals to serve the needs of our 8,500 employees, which is one human resources professional for every 370 employees. Industry standard is 1 to 50. And our other districts, our neighbors, are somewhere in the range of 1 to 100 or 1 to 250. So we are operating incredibly lean from an administrative standpoint. We're stretched very, very thin because of that almost $2,000 difference in local mill levy override from our neighbors. On the bond side, the School Finance Act contemplated that we, Douglas County, our community, we are responsible for building and maintaining our own schools in the way that we build and maintain our own libraries, for example. And that happens through our district engaging in bond elections with our community. From 1984 to 2006, we passed a bond approximately every 3.5 years to build all of the amazing schools that we have throughout our county and to be able to maintain them and invest in building up the school district. That 12 years has been talked about by our FOC and our MBOC, really put us behind in terms of maintenance. So as a community, it is our responsibility locally. This is not something the state can come in and do. This is us locally. It is our responsibility to take care of and maintain our buildings and to continue to address growth in our district. We are responsible for a total of 111 buildings. And those capital needs cost $30 to $35 million, according to the latest master capital plan each year, to maintain 111 buildings. And the last time we built a neighborhood school was in 2010. Okay, so what is staff's overall recommendation going to be? I decided to put the punchline at the front and then to just go through the details. Staff will be recommending a $60 million mill levy override for competitive compensation. This would equate to about $943 a student. So I don't want to imply that a $60 million mill levy override is suddenly going to give us Cherry Creek's salaries. They're $1,900 a student ahead of us. But $943 per student will really help overcome that gap about halfway and make a huge difference in terms of our ability to be competitive, because we can be more efficient and we are more efficient in so many other ways, including administration, as I pointed out. We are also recommending a $450 million bond to meet the capital needs of this district. We need to build and expand existing neighborhood schools. We have so many areas of growth in our county, and unfortunately, we can't pick schools up and move them around wherever it suits us. We need to be able to provide neighborhood schools for our new and enormously expanding communities, along with addressing the ongoing capital needs for our district. Our district's master capital plan, put together by the Long Range Planning Committee, estimates that our district's capital needs will be between $800 and $920 million over the next 5 years. Again, 111 buildings. We have an enormous capital infrastructure. So $450 million will be tremendously helpful, but again, I do not want to imply it's a magic wand that's going to get us all the way there, but it will absolutely help us be able to accommodate growth and be able to meet our critical capital needs. What is the overall impact on our taxpayers? So in real dollar terms, if both the bond and the mill levy override were to pass in November, the impact on taxpayers is $1 per week per $100,000 of assessed values based on assessed valuations right now. Because our mill levy override is a fixed dollar amount, as our county continues to grow and as assessed values will grow, this dollar amount impact on taxpayers will actually decrease, because we're not talking about passing a mill amount, we're talking about passing a dollar amount. So the more homeowners that are paying that fixed dollar amount, the lesser of an impact it will be on each homeowner. So unlike a lot of the other taxes in our county, when assessed values grow, which they are going to do, because we're going to see reassessment happen in January. When those assessed values grow, that's a big impact for taxes that are based on number of mills. And so for us, for our mill levy override, for example, because it's a fixed dollar amount, that increase in assessed valuation won't negatively impact what taxpayers are paying for the mill levy override. Okay, so going into details. On the mill levy override, our staff recommendation is really, really simple. It is all about paying our people competitively. Paying our people competitively, retaining and attracting the best talent for our kids will impact every area of this district. Every educational program, every school, every student will be positively impacted by our ability to retain and attract amazing staff. The mill levy override would be invested into district-wide compensation, more competitive, so that we can hold on to our valuable teachers and staff. Every single teacher, every single staff member in the district, based on tonight's presentation, knows exactly what a mill levy override would mean to their individual compensation. So there's not a lot of room for, gosh, what if they spend it differently or whatever. It's all going into compensation, and it's all very specific. Now, of course, we share 100% of our mill levy overrides with our Douglas County School District charter schools, who will be spending it on the same thing, which is competitive compensation. So the charter allocation of that $60 million would be $15.5 million. Again, it's $943 per student following the student. The district allocation would be $44.5 million. As I go through specific compensation changes, I want to be sure it's really clear that when I'm talking about specific compensation changes, I'm talking about the district allocation. Each of our charter schools are communicating with their communities and with their staff what competitive compensation through this mill levy override would look like for their individual schools. So they won't have the same salary schedules or the same percentages that we do. So I want to make sure I'm really clear about that. And again, the taxpayer impact of a $60 million MLO is that $1 per week per $100,000 in home value. The bond is actually not an impact based on the current number of mills that we're collecting for our bond. So the entire impact is in the MLO. So that's $1 per week per 100,000. So a homeowner with a $500,000 home, this impact would be $5 a week or $255 a year. A homeowner with $1 million home would have a $10 a week impact or $510 per year. And then, of course, for our commercial home property owners, that amount is ×4. Okay, so our specific district compensation changes. So again, this does not pertain to charter schools. This pertains to our district. Every district employee will know exactly what their increase is. We will make those increases retroactive to July 1st. So we will not have the challenge of having to put mill levy override money into our fund balance from that first year. So the first year's dollars will be spent down because we will make the salary changes retroactive to the beginning of the year. For our right now, our current salaries and benefits, 70% of our salaries and benefits goes to licensed staff, and 30% goes to the rest of our support staff, the rest of our staff. So we've allocated the mill levy override in the same way. So about 70% of the mill levy override will go to our licensed staff and about 30% to our non-licensed staff to total our district share. On the licensed side, we've actually published salary schedules so that our teachers can see what the salary schedules will be if a mill levy override passes. We did not get fancy. We didn't change the salary schedules as in extending the steps or stretching the lanes or changing years or anything like that. It is exactly the salary schedules that were passed for this year, just moved up in terms of amounts. So picture that the whole thing just moved up. Every cell is higher than it was before. So every teacher will still land in the same cell that they landed in for this school year. They'll land in that same cell, but with the new dollar amount. So they can look at those revised salary schedules. Those are posted on the electronic school board, along with behind that link of the final presentation. The link does actually work on the final presentation. So for example, a teacher that is on step 4 with a bachelor's degree will go from 46,364 or 54 to 51,915. Teacher on step 10 with a master's degree would go from 59,311 to 66,427. So that just gives you a couple of examples, but every teacher will be able to find their cell. We were able to revise the starting salaries about 10 to 12%. So that also helps our ability to attract. We're not quite at the $50,000 starting salary that Jefferson County just announced, but we would be really close at $48,921, which is almost $49,000. And so that also will help us on the hiring side. Individuals that are over their new cell would receive a one-time pay of 3% that's para-includable. But it is worth noting that this change would put 92% of our licensed staff on the schedule. So the folks that were still above their cell, a lot of them will now be, will receive an adjustment to get on their cell. So. And we'll continue to work on future enhancements as we've implemented our salary schedules. There have been a lot of questions from our staff, a lot of questions about credits and steps and lanes. We will continue to work on enhancements and improvements as we look to the 23-24 school year. The purpose of this was just a real simple move up. All right, so that is our licensed staff. For our non-licensed staff, the average salary increase for our non-licensed staff will be 8%, and it varies by employee group. So our classified employees would receive a 9% raise flat. Again, we're not doing any calibrating with this. We are just being as simple as we possibly can. So 9% for our classified staff. So the highest percentages are going to licensed and to classified. But our administrators would receive an increase as well, and as well as our pro-tech folks. We're dying competitively across the board. We're struggling to hire our executive director of special education, for example, because we can't pay enough. We know that principals and assistant principals matter a lot. Leadership in our school matters. When you overturn a principal every couple of years for competitive pay reasons, that's really hard on a school. So every employee in this district matters. And they all play an important role, and not a single one of them is even remotely competitive with everyone else. So that goes for our IT staff. That goes for people who are working in human resources, again, throughout our schools. So professional, technical, and administrators receive a lower percentage at 6%, but still receive something. All of the ranges will shift accordingly, and all of the people will shift. So if you think of our entire non-licensed compensation as like a bulletin board that has the ranges and then all the people as pins, just like the license schedule, the whole thing just moves up. So the ranges will adjust accordingly, and all the people will adjust accordingly. And again, we will work on calibration as we did last year. We will work on calibration going into July of 2024. So what does the timeline look like if the MLO does pass? In January 2023, we would give each employee a lump sum that is that retroactive piece of their increase. And then in February 2023, their new payment would start at that point and continue along. And again, our licensed staff will be on the same Same cell they're currently on, the whole schedule will have moved up. And then they'll continue to get steps every single year as the plan was. I should have mentioned that the increases for licensed not only increases everyone, but also makes the schedule sustainable. So we built into the mill levy override that sustainability piece so that we can continue to sustain our license schedule going forward. And that's a challenge that a lot of our competitors are facing as they've been finalizing their schedules for the year. A lot of them are now going to be struggling with sustainability. So we have built in that sustainability piece so that we're not eating into fund balance every single year based on just the regular course of our schedule. Okay, so what does this make my comparison chart look like if we do indeed pass an MLO? So you can see us off on the right in the lighter colors with the big circle. That's what we would look like compared to our neighbors if we do indeed pass the MLO. So it puts us in a much better position. We're still not going to be at the top, right? We'll still be, but listen, we would love to have our average teacher salary be competitive somewhere in the middle so that we can continue to attract and retain employees because we have fantastic families. We have a fantastic school district, and this is a great place to work, so we just need to make it a little bit more competitive. All right, on the bond side. So as both Jim and John mentioned, and thank you to both of them for all their hard work and for being willing to meet with me before I put forward this recommendation, because I wanted to make sure that we were meeting their transparency desires and lessons learned from the 2018 bond as we look at a 2022 bond. What we have published on the electronic school board is indeed an actual bond plan that lists the specific projects that the 2022 bond would cover and differentiates between what's an estimate or an allowance and what's a list of specific projects. And I'm grateful to both of them for their consultation in that regard. These slides are simply a summary of that bond plan. The bond would be an investment in new schools, capital maintenance of existing buildings, and safety and security upgrades, just as a summary. The new construction for growth areas would come in at $216 million. Now, one of the points that the FOC brought up was that idea of how do we make sure that we're able to spend that $450 million in the time period in which we have to spend it. And a lot of the biggest reason is the new construction projects. They're not, onesie twosie little spends here and there. It's a very big allocation that goes towards building a new building. So those new construction for growth areas, student programming and investments at $54.5 million, safety and security upgrades at $15.5 million, capital maintenance and renewal at $139 million, and bond fees management and contingency at $25 million. I would like to mention that I did update these charts at noon today. We found a couple of typos, so make sure you're looking at the final presentation for our public out there. The taxpayer impact of that $450 million bond would be a $0 impact because the mills would remain the same as they are today. But to be completely transparent, I'm not going to call it a no tax increase. It is a $0 impact on the number of mills. But should we not pass a bond, the taxpayers would see a very slight decrease. So that decrease is 19 cents a week per $100,000 in assessed value. Or about $10 a year per that $100,000 in assessed value. And on the new construction side, we would ask for $170 million for 3 new neighborhood schools, Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, and the Canyons. I've been asked a number of times if this means charter schools. This does not mean charter schools. This means new neighborhood schools in Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, and the Canyons, where the master capital plan actually calls for neighborhood schools in 5 areas in the next 5 years. We can't possibly ask our taxpayers for 5. So we picked the 3 that are going to be the most on fire. And then an expansion of Sierra and Mesa middle schools, both. Expanding both of those will help us to not have to build new elementary schools in those two feeder areas by adding 6th grade to Sierra and Mesa. That increases capacity in all of the elementary schools in those areas. Student programming investments. So this just breaks down student programming investments. Athletics and activities upgrades at $7.7 million. This means replacing tracks and fields that are outdated. It's a huge benefit to not only to all of our kids that use our facilities, but also to our community. I will confess that my children learned how to ride their bikes on Rock Canyon's track. And so it's just a great asset to our entire community to make sure that we have good athletics and activities. It also includes upgrading some of our auditoriums. And when I say upgrade, I do not mean anything fancy. I mean making sure that we replace the broken seats and all of those kinds of things. Career and technical education additions come in at $23.5 million. That is primarily phase 2 for the Legacy campus to allow us to move forward with advanced manufacturing, aviation, certified nursing assistant program, the EMT program, and the other great programs that we have, advanced robotics, the other programs that we have planned for the Legacy campus. It also includes career and technical education additions at Highlands Ranch High School to expand Highlands Ranch High School to have an automotive program. We have an automotive program today at Douglas County High School and at Ponderosa, but we do not have anything on the west side of our district. Special education specific programming at $5 million. So this expands opportunities for our students with special educational needs in terms of center-based programming, in terms of career and technical education opportunities, making sure that those are accessible. And so that's $5 million. I do have a note at the bottom that our total investment in special education is $10.2 million, which includes the $5 million above, as well as $4.7 million in buses that are specific for our students with special needs, ADA and special education upgrades to our buildings and to our playgrounds. So this is a small part of the special education, but this is the student programming piece. And then information technology at 18.3. This is a refresh of our technology as needed across the district. So we have to, of course, replace our student computers and our staff computers every 4 years. This is not part of our district budget. It was cut out years ago when we were trying to make sure that we were as skinny as possible. So this would be that technology refresh. Safety and security upgrades. So making sure that we have the latest and greatest in security equipment. We're always continuing to update our building security. We are always looking at the latest recommendations that we have. So as we continue to learn and evolve and identify our needs. So security equipment, the latest and greatest in radio communication, and then building upgrades along security. And then finally, capital maintenance and renewal. District educational facilities capital maintenance, those projects are specified in the bond plan. There are several pieces to that bond plan, but one includes a listing of capital projects in our district educational facilities, and then another list for our charter school facilities that comes in at $7 million. We will be upgrading our LED lights district-wide for $2 million. The upgrades that we have been able to make have saved us a tremendous amount of money, both in energy as well as in replacement, the replacement cost and the labor of replacement. Those code and safety upgrades to include ADA and special education adaptations, district facilities capital maintenance allowance, and transportation. So making sure that we're continuing to replace our school buses. We have lots and lots of school buses that still have well over 300,000 miles on them, and we need to make sure that we are replacing our school buses. And then finally, we have our draft ballot language. I have bolded the important pieces of the draft ballot language. So for the MLO, $60 million MLO, to retain and attract quality teachers and staff by increasing district salaries to be more competitive with neighboring school districts. We have also, as I mentioned, spoken to our charter schools about this language. They are obligated to follow this language as well in their use of MLO dollars, and they're incredibly supportive. They are having the same struggles that we are with competitive pay. And then it was also mentioned in the previous presentations that there was a prior mill cap that we have to address. So that's addressed by the second bulleted, by the second part, and shall the district collect property tax revenue previously approved by the voters, notwithstanding any mill levy limitation. And then on 5B, I've got a whole bunch of highlights in here. You can see the $450 million, but with no expected increase in the district's current bond mill levy rate based on the district's current assessed value and tax collection rate. So this is a piece that's transparent about this wouldn't be an increase in the current mill levy rate. And in terms of the feedback provided by both Jim and John, as well as, of course, their committees, we've been very specific in the language to include that fourth bullet says other capital improvements as described in the district's published bond plan. So what I have provided on the electronic school board is our bond plan. Our communications department has built a beautiful document that will be what's put on our website in terms of that bond plan, so that it's really set in stone that this is what we're going to do. From a transparency standpoint, that plan would then be published on our website along with the process for reallocation. So if the projects have to be switched around over time based on changing circumstances and priorities, we just need to be incredibly transparent about that on our website, and that is our plan, along with the board, for the Board of Education as well as for the Oversight Committee. It does still have the sentence in there that John Freeman called out in his presentation. It's the very first sentence of the last paragraph, and for acquiring, constructing, or improving any capital assets that the district is authorized by law to own. So that is kind of that flexibility sentence. However, those first four bullets really lock us into what that bond plan is. And then this is just the rest of 5B, which is pretty boilerplate. Okay, lastly, I'd like to have individual departments just really briefly come up and tell you what this means for their part of the world, because this bond and mill levy override will mean a lot for our district, for our students, and for our staff. And so I've got my fantastic cabinet behind me here ready to come talk. So Danny, why don't you come share a couple sentences about what this will mean for our schools?
Well, the challenge is a couple sentences. I think more than anything, in one, Ms. Kane, thank you so much for making the time. Really appreciate, obviously, the staff's work on this. Thank you for your feedback as well. When I think about the bond and mill, one, I think about it as a dad. I'll be quite honest with you. I wake up every single morning thinking about how can I be at my best. When I look at my kids, I look at the same lens with our kids in Douglas County schools. And something has just resonated in my head, and this goes back to 2018 when we passed a bond and mill, and honestly, the excitement I've not felt for probably 20 years, because it was one of those things in this district, we just had not passed one for a number of years. And I thought about just something that kept resonating in my head, and it was thinking about what is the most precious resource we have in Douglas County, and it's our kids. They are our future. And so when you look at the language, and I think some of the stuff I can struggle with a little bit in this, we can look at numbers without faces. And to be quite honest with you, when I think about 64,000 kids, I don't think about the number. We each had an opportunity to be able to walk into schools today, yesterday as well. And I think something that I think about on a regular basis is not about the masses of kids, but when a kid wakes up, what's their individual story? As a former counselor for a number of years that is there, I've had an opportunity to sit down with countless students talking about their futures, talking about what they feel inadequate in, things they feel strength that they have in. And I've also sat in conversations with kids that say, you see this passion and energy that comes out of them. And they talk about what they want to do, what they want to become, things they're proud of themselves in. I'm not sure if you remember that conversation with your kiddos as well, but there's no greater feeling when a kid feels confident and they believe in themselves. I've also had a chance to sit seeing that same kid that is there that has talked about programming and things that can allow them to explore their passion. And I've had to be the bearer of news saying, hey, you know what? We can't offer that. This bond and mill is not just about a dollar amount. It's about the most precious resource we have in this district, and that's each and every kid in their story that comes through this. So my challenge to us as we look at this work can't just be about $255 on average in this community. It has to be about how we intentionally invest in each and every one of our students, their stories, their passions, so they have the opportunity to be something they've always dreamt to become. That's the commitment we think about. When we passed our bond in 2018, we were in a place as a district that we couldn't offer pathways and opportunities for kids. I remember those conversations as an advisor and assistant principal at Legend High School. And I gotta tell you, that was an awful feeling at times when we couldn't offer it that. But when I had a chance to sit down with our 9 high school principals and our alternative ed leaders, when we passed that bond and we talked about possibility of what we could do for kids, between 2018 to current state, we saw the greatest growth in concurrent enrollment in CT ever in this district, ever, and save families an additional $2 million so they can have an opportunity for kids to explore their passion with intentionality. The decision of this work is not a random decision. It's about the kid who's standing right there in front of us to say, am I gonna invest in you or not? That requires us to invest in our teachers, our staff to do those things. I can tell you, in my current job that I sit right now, I've spoken to Bill Fordyce, Rich Cosgrove, Zach Nanestedt, all these other folks working behind the scenes to keep our schools open. They deserve to be invested in too. And I think that's something that I would challenge us to think about. My list goes on, but the reality that's there, when I wake up and I go talk to my Charlie, who's 7 years old, and I want to provide him the world of opportunity that's there, he's in this district. That's what each of our kids are about. That is what we need to provide for them. So when I look at this work, absolutely, we have incredibly deserving departments that do this work, but to be quite honest with you, our most precious resource that we have in this county, not just this district, this county, are our students and our staff to do this work.
Deputy Superintendent Hyatt, you've got a high bar. Well, Danny, Mr. Windsor is known for sharing a whole lot of passion and a whole lot of words and a lot of great sentiments that we all believe in. He represented that really, really well. So thank you for that this evening. When I think about what this passage will mean for our district, I really go straight back to what our mission and our vision is as an organization. And that really is helping all of our students providing them the foundation to reach their individual potential and giving them the skills to achieve whatever their endeavor is going to be after they are done with their experience in Douglas County School District. So when I think about student support services, I feel very honored and humbled to be able to represent this critical aspect of our organization, because student support services are all of the wraparound supports that we provide for our students to help them to be successful within this organization. It's all of our prevention efforts from our nursing staff, our health and wellness teams, our counseling teams, which we were truly privileged to have the 2018 mill support the addition of the counselors in our schools. All of our student support services and our prevention teams are doing critically important work to help our students reach their individual potential. And that is so important. And then I think about all of the other aspects that we wrap around the support of our students. You heard it tonight from Superintendent Kane. Safety and security. We have delved deeply into those conversations that are very ongoing in terms of what we need to do to continue to enhance the safety and security measures within our district, to keep abreast of the current technologies, And this bond would allow us to continue to do so in a manner that, again, holds our responsibility to keeping our students safe in our schools. And that's critical in the work that we do every day. I think about our early childhood educators and the work they do with our youngest learners to get them ready for their K-12 experience. That's part of our student support services. It's part of the wraparound that we provide our kids and prepares them. And it's critical that we invest in those people that make a difference for our kids at the earliest stages. Today, I had the opportunity to visit our 4 bridge program sites. Today was their first day of school. And so I went to all 4 sites today and had a chance to connect with our educators, our educational assistants in those programs, our kids. Our kids do benefit, our kids with disabilities benefit from all of the other bond projects that are on the table. I was at Douglas County High School today, and in our South Campus building, they had new carpet. Like, that is a really big deal if you've been to the South Campus. And it improved the learning environments for our bridge program kids because the noise level in the school environment came way down. It's those kinds of things that do make a difference in the lives of our kids. It helps them to reach their individual potential. Our advanced academics, our gifted programming, our educators are our asset in this organization. We pride ourselves in having remarkable educators and remarkable leaders. In order to be able to maintain that, we have to continue to invest in them and retain them because they make the difference for our kids, as Superintendent Kane said, every single day. When I had a chance to look at the TLCC survey results from last spring, one of the questions on that survey was, which of the following most affects your decision about whether to continue working at this school? Salary, of course, is a part of it, but leadership was actually the #1 response by our practitioners in the field. Leadership makes a difference. And so that investment in leadership is critically important, as well as all of our educators. So thank you for an opportunity. I, like Mr. Windsor, could go on and sharing different stories, but I hope that you understand, I know you understand, because you are all very much representing the critical work that we are doing in our organization to help our kids reach their potential in student support services, special education programming, and all of the plans that we have to enhance programming options for our students with disabilities because of a bond and a mill is going to make a difference for them. And so thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share.
Nat Reynolds.
Well, thank you. They did tell me to keep this brief, which is not hard for me. The beauty about following those two is they're very passionate and they like to talk a whole lot. So it's wonderful for me because they hit a lot of the things that I wanted to talk about. Also, following up with the presentation, there's a lot of data, a lot of information on that presentation, which I'll not touch on. So I want to go in a little bit different direction. I have the pleasure of supporting learning services, which is one of the few departments that has learning right in the name of it, which, as Danny just spoke about, since 2018, you talk about the expansion of career and technical education. It's just one example of the possibilities when you have an infusion of an MLO and bond, of what you can do. And our students are directly being positively impacted by that infusion. This next proposal is a very similar type idea where you have an influx where you're able to provide and enhance the learning experience. And we all know, and we've talked about it in here at nauseum, that if you want to be able to really enhance that learning experience, we know we have to recruit, we have to hire, and we have to retain the best staff. And I think everyone will shake their heads yes to that. But I want to put a human face to this. You all get communication from our community, including from our staff, who have to make that tough decision about whether to stay or whether to go. And as Danelle just touched on, one of those factors is salary. I and my colleagues experience this all the time with our own staff, where they're faced with challenges. When they can go across the county line and they can increase their salary by 20, 30%. They have to make that difficult decision. And that's a very, very hard decision because we do live in a wonderful community. We have great students, we have great schools. And that's a very, very difficult decision that our staff is faced with. Every single year, we have this differentiation in pay. And you all, I'm sure, get tons of those emails of, help me, try to figure out a way to solve this issue. And over the last few years, we've dedicated a lot of time and energy to try to fix the salary, along with the resolutions that you all passed and your priorities. And in order for us to truly live and actually act on those resolutions, we do need an MLO to be able to recruit, hire, and retain our staff. We often talk about teachers, but you also have the support staff who are critical in our organization to help our students reach their full potential, and that's not lost in this proposal. So that's just one thing I wanted to leave you with. I know my colleagues will have more to share, and I will be sharing data very soon.
Good evening. It's an honor to speak to you all and again share further information on the importance of why we need the mill and bond. From a specific mill perspective, we are continuing to work on our pay schedules. So for example, from a licensed perspective, what a great celebration to have our 3 schedules in that as a district, as an entire community, we all worked so hard on. As soon as we implemented it July 1, other districts, through sustained funding, raised their starting pay, and all of the friends around us have higher starting pay than we do. And so again, we want to be able to do the same thing. We need to be able to do the same thing in order to keep our teachers and attract our teachers and bring back our teachers. I've had conversations on a regular basis with staff, particularly some teachers lately that said, gosh, I still have to go get another job. I've got to find another way. I don't want to leave here, but I just can't make ends meet. We have young teachers that are living in their parents' basement still, and we thank them for their dedication to our district and our kids. When you look at our candidate pools, the teacher shortage is real on a nationwide level. Just with CDE data alone, there's a really neat dashboard where it can show you the education completer data, those exiting out of and graduating, becoming new teachers and special service providers. One example is in math. We have less than 100 math teachers that are produced brand new in this last year. That's not even 1 teacher per district, and we want all of them here in Douglas County. And so we have to continue to remain or become more competitive. Another example with our non-licensed staff. We have postings that are up in a lot of our departments where we either don't have any applicants, or we have very few that unfortunately we aren't able to select from. And so we are posting them in many, many, many places, nationwide places, local, and our pay is just not competitive enough. It breaks my heart to see that we have our classified staff that could go, as Superintendent Kane shared, to one of our local restaurants and earn more money. We have got to be paying our individuals more. And for example, our special education paras, our educational assistants, our bus drivers, our TEAs, and our custodial staff, we couldn't do this without them. And so thank you for the opportunity, and we are committed to continuing this great work, and I look forward to seeing what could happen with this possibility.
CTO Mark Blair.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I, like my colleagues, have an incredibly lean staff to support all the IT infrastructure throughout the district and 60,000 devices throughout the district. Our salaries are very, very challenging to maintain competitiveness with industry. So the MLO will make a significant increase in that and help us to retain staff and to hire new staff for those opportunities, especially in some of the lucrative positions like network engineers, cybersecurity, software engineers. We're losing people and we just can't get them hired back. It's incredibly difficult. As Superintendent Kane mentioned, the bond will absolutely help us refresh our technology devices. Technology changes, as we all know, on a very regular basis, and it's very fast. And trying to stay up with that for our students to give them the best opportunities for all the different learning opportunities we have throughout the district can be very, very challenging. So we try and do our best and stretch it as far as we can, but those bond dollars will be very significant for us. So thank you.
COO Rich Cosgrove.
Good evening, directors. Thanks so much for the opportunity to explain our perspective in operations. First, I want to state again, operations is absolutely committed to and passionate about providing safe transportation and safe and healthy learning environments for our students. We like operating in the shadows, but that's becoming extremely difficult over time. We currently have 41 vacant custodial building engineer positions. That's out of 80 schools. Over half do not have a full-time custodial staff, lead, or building engineer. We have 103 vacancies in transportation. Over 60 of those are drivers. We've had to eliminate permanently 2 routes this year in Castle Rock. And just in Highlands Ranch, we've consolidated routes to the point where we've eliminated over 20 bus stops since last year. We are trying the best we can. Our students with special needs transportation continues to increase. We continually rely on third-party carriers to do that at an increased cost because we can't have the drivers in-house. And it's becoming problematic for families. We're not able to provide field trips unless it's after hours or on weekends because we're performing routes during the day in such a tiered structure that drivers literally go from one route to another. On our capital needs, we have over 850 rooftop units, over 50 elevators, and on almost any given day, there's an alarm that goes off. Our operations and maintenance staff are responding. In general, we keep the schools hot and cold when we need them, and I'm saying probably to the 99% level. That's because we are always responding. Thanks to the last bond, we've been able to not lose ground, but our master capital plan has up to $222 million just in capital renewal for our neighborhood magnet alternative and support facilities. These needs are critical and will enable us to continue to provide safe and healthy learning environments, but these are the critical needs. They absolutely need to be done. Otherwise, we will have schools with no heat or no cooling in the summer or leaky roofs or backed up sewer lines. And we're facing one of those right now. We are responding, but it's increasingly challenging. We also have growth in certain areas where we can't reboundary our way out of anymore. We have Sterling Ranch, we have the Canyons and Crystal Valley. And those 2 additions to middle schools will not only increase programming at those schools by bringing 6th grade into those middle schools, but also assist us with the capacity in all of those elementaries in those feeders. If we don't provide those schools, we will have a void. And those parents are going to have to drive, or we're going to have to try to transport them, which will be increasingly difficult. So the mill is essential for us to hire and retain staff. And the bond is essential to address our most urgent needs. Thanks for the opportunity.
And interim CFO, Ms. Schleissner.
Let's talk about summer. So we have a before and after school program that has a fantastic and amazing summer program that really keeps our kids engaged through those summer times. The staff this year, we've had a hard time retaining and recruiting new staff for those. We have had to cap those programs, which we haven't had to do before, and haven't been able to serve those kids or our families like we would like to. And the staff that has been in those programs, we are working them a lot of hours and a lot of kids to entertain in those summer hours. So this mill would really help pay and get those staff where we need them to be for our kids and families. Thanks.
And before I jump to questions, I just would like to share a personal story. I've shown a lot of charts and done a lot of numbers. My youngest graduated from one of our comprehensive high schools, and when she went into high school, she had the incredible opportunity to go into a biotechnology program in her comprehensive high school. It was incredibly inspiring for her. She had the opportunity to work with CRISPR technology. The technology and programming that they had was absolutely amazing. She was working with researchers from the University of Virginia. They were splicing DNA. It was incredible. And she just finished her freshman year in college in bioengineering as a girl. Really, really amazing, and we're really proud of her. But it is the amazing educators, the former biologists, that came into this district and are teaching those kids and inspiring them every single day that made it happen. We can have all the cool programming in the world, but we have to have the humans that deliver that programming. And our teachers and staff are just like us. They're putting kids through college. They're raising families. They're trying to figure out how to make it all sort out. And when someone comes along and offers them $20,000 a year and you're putting someone through college, how do you say no to that? We have to put them in a position where they can say no. And that's what we are asking for tonight. All right, whoops. I think I have another slide. I thought I did. There we go. Next steps, so August 23rd, we would come to you with election resolutions for you to consider for a $60 million mill levy override and a $450 million bond. We would also have intergovernmental agreements with Elbert County Clerk and Recorder and Douglas County Clerk and Recorder. And we would also recommend that you extend the charter for the bond, for the MBOC upon a successful, if the election is successful. Once you all vote on the resolutions, of course, the Fair Campaign Practices Act kicks in once the vote is taken, and we are fully prepared to communicate with our staff and make sure that everyone understands the rules around that. With those next steps, and I appreciate, I think I went over my 30 minutes, but I'm really grateful that, so I used some of John's time and some of Jim's time because they were fast. But thank you so much for your attention during all of that, and we are happy to address any questions you might have.
Okay, and before I turn it over to directors for questions on the presentation, remember that our next item is a Board of Education bond MLO discussion. So for those discussions items among members, please hold those. But any questions on the presentation right now from directors? Director Williams.
So actually, just a quick question that you've answered multiple times, but I just continue to get the question. Can you let the public know how much it actually does cost to build a new elementary school from the ground up?
Rich, would you like to come help me with that one? That'd be great. COO Cosgrove can talk about the estimating strategy because, of course, we have to build in inflation costs and all of those, but I'll let him address that more specifically.
Thank you very much for the question. So every year we partner with some of the biggest general contractors, construction manager and general contractor firms. We receive pricing on actual cost in Colorado for similar public K-12 construction. In addition to that, I partner with my peer COOs across the district. And so we get cost per square foot, including all on-site costs. Then we mark that up. And markup really isn't the best term. It's the non-direct costs. It's all design, permitting, inspections, fixtures, furnitures, and equipment, contingency, water taps. Just the water tap for Sage Canyon Elementary was $360,000. So we include all of those fees that are on top of the construction. And then that's typically a factor of 1.33. In other words, in general, 70% of the cost of a school is the construction contract cost. The other 30% is the non-direct costs, which are absolutely needed, such as the design, for example. And then you inflate it. And we are covering anywhere from 8 to 5.5 to 5% per year. That's pretty much standard according to the Association of General Contractors Chief Economist. And so, for example, Cherry Creek just opened a school this week. They locked in the guaranteed maximum price summer of '21. When you take that $36 million that they took to their board, then you increase it anywhere, and that's what they took to the board in 2021, $36 million. When you increase that anywhere from 15 to 19%, which was the increase in bids or commodities, so it depends how much the GC is going to eat the cost or pass it on to the owner. Then you increase that 3 years of inflation, that was 49.7 million. We were covering 50 million in January in our February presentation to the board. Then you increase that for the 7 months of inflation since. That's where we get the 55 million. So these are actual costs, $460 a square foot construction only. And that is exactly what Cherry Creek is covering now. They're covering $600 in today's cost. Our algorithms on the presentation is $611. Then you multiply that by 3 years of inflation, that's where we get our costs.
Thank you so much. I've always been shocked at how much it costs, and thank you for the detail. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just one pitch. One of the attachments to the agenda item tonight is this draft 2022 Douglas County School District Bond Plan, which is a spreadsheet, and exactly what Mr. Cosgrove just gave you in incredible detail is in fact in the notes of exactly how we calculate that. So for anybody that couldn't follow along in the presentation, please go to tonight's agenda item, click on the draft bond plan, and it is item by item, dollar by dollar, note by note, and it is meticulous to tell you exactly where the money will go. So thank you, Rich.
I would also like to clarify that we will be looking at architecting new buildings versus using previously architected buildings from back in 2010 and before. Because we know so much more about what we need in terms of safety and security for our buildings, and a whole number of reasons why we need to have an updated design, and the cost is about the same as trying to retrofit a design from way back when to current. So I do want to specify that we will be putting in place a new prototype design that is up to date as far as safety and security.
Other directors? And Director Myers?
One of the things that I wondered, my daughter who lives in Crystal Valley, who lives on a block with lots of families and kids, and of course, knowing that I was a board member, asked, when are we getting a school? We were told when we move in this subdivision, we're getting a school. And of course, there's land allocated for a school, and I'm wondering, I know we need to educate our public because not a lot of people understand a mill levy and a bond, and that's what we're out doing. But I'm wondering if at some point we need to educate the sales force in these buildings and let them know you have to understand where just because we said there's going to be a school out here, there's land set aside for school. Please, go to your school board, take a look, ask questions. Is there something on a website that they can go and see? We need to pass this because this is, we've got 3, like you said, 5, but there's 3 we're going to apparently really have to be aggressive to get new elementary schools.
We have spoken to those communities in particular about our situation, and truly the only way under the School Finance Act that a new school gets built is through local communities passing a bond in order to be able to do that for a neighborhood school. So we do need to continue to communicate that out to our community and continue to educate our community that that's how schools get built, even though land is dedicated by developers, and that's also under the law. That land doesn't magically materialize into a school unless we as a community make that decision to do that. In the same way as, again, that we make the decision to build libraries.
One more question. And just clarification, just maybe to explain, and probably to explain to me and maybe the audience out that's listening, the Fair Campaign Act. When we vote on this, the 23rd, what does that specifically say or do to us or you guys?
Once a bond or a mill levy override is voted on by this board to put on the ballot, so once you all approve a resolution with ballot language, at that point it does become an official issue. And so a campaign committee, an issue committee would run a campaign around that issue. Staff no longer has the ability to advocate for the funding, but we can continue to educate our community in terms of how funding works and where our funding comes from and what the numbers currently look like. But of course, as individual board directors, you all have the ability to advocate. As an entire Board of Education, you all have the ability to also vote later on a resolution encouraging people to vote for the bond mill levy override. Our town councils, our city councils, our county commissioners, metro boards all have the ability to do that. Our charter school boards all have the ability to do that as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane, and your wonderful staff. So, wow, what a presentation everyone gave. It was quite enlightening, and I'm on board with you guys.
Director Hansen.
Also want to say thank you for the presentation. I think that was truly one of the first times that I have felt like we were really focused on doing something positive and exciting, and I haven't felt that way in a really long time. So thank you. And this question could be stemming from that, but I'm wondering how the numbers were settled on. We are all aware of the needs. A perfect example is that you said there are truly 5 elementary schools that we need. How did we split the difference and decide we're going to ask for 3 elementary schools? How did we decide that we're going to ask for 60 million instead of whatever the number would be to be able to go and ask our voters? We want to be the best. We want to have a salary that is as competitive as our neighbors, not close, not we're just trying to get out of the bottom of the barrel. What if we shoot bigger? How does that look, and how did you come up with the numbers to balance the difference?
Thank you. I can assure you we did not use a magic 8 ball. When looking at the MBEC's recommendation and at the polling. And so even though the polling did not turn out very well, what we did know from the polling is that a $40 million mill levy override and a $60 million mill levy override polled about the same. So that was incredibly helpful. We also know that our community really values and understands the need to pay, in particular, our educators more competitively. We were trying to balance making sure that we ask for a reasonable amount without going crazy, because we want to make sure that we build that trust with our taxpayers and build that reasonable amount. In my communications out in terms of talking about the funding, I have tried to be really transparent about this doesn't get us all the way to Cherry Creek. And that idea of a 4-year bond cycle that I believe Director Weininger mentioned, just really talking about the importance of both of those things. On the bond, the reason was really that that $450 million is a sweet spot for us. It's a number that won't increase the mills that we're currently collecting on the bond. So that was a minimal impact to our taxpayers. On the mill levy override, we truly were looking to land in the land of reason as much as we could and be able to make a significant difference. You saw the FOC recommend kind of a range, and a $35 million mill levy override would have had an impact, but the $60 million will have a really significant impact for our educators and for our staff. And hopefully through my presentation, I've been really clear about this is not a magic wand that's going to get us all the way there. Hopefully our community will want to get closer than we are today and closer than we would be even with the $60 million and the $450 million. But I think that Cabinet's consideration and my consideration was just making sure that we stay in that responsible land of reason and just really a place where our taxpayers and us can work together.
Director Meek.
Thank you for the great presentation and all the passion and everything definitely shone through. I think my one burning question really on slide 10, when you talk about the tax impact for the bond and the MLO, I'm curious why you're combining both and talking about both when really the bond has a 0 impact, and it feels like bonds are often harder to pass. And it feels like you're kind of hiding the benefit of a no mill increase bond.
That's completely fair. A bond is a lot harder to pass. In the 2018, the bond ended a lot closer than the mill levy override did. We were thinking of it very much as a package. It is true that a bond would not impact mills, but we're also really careful about calling it a no tax increase bond because certainly a segment of our community feels like that's disingenuous because if we weren't adding a bond, we would have a tax decrease, which was why I was really transparent about that on the tax decrease page. For us, we were trying to look at it as a package because this entire package is what will help move our district forward. But your point is very well taken. And certainly I'm open to that feedback.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was intentional or not, but I think leading with it's a no increase to your mills helps people understand that and just how critical that is. So I think that's the one piece, and I don't think we polled on it being a no increase bond either, did we? I don't think it was a question.
I'm sorry, I'll turn my mic on. I don't think it was clear in the polling question down to that level of granularity.
I'd have to look because my recollection isn't that. But one of the things that we did do that we haven't done in the past, because in 2018, the bond was also a no impact on mills bond. We actually incorporated that language into the question with the help of our bond counsel. That's something that we haven't done in the past. And so we're hoping that that will help make it really clear as people are reading their ballot question that when it's actually in the ballot.
So, and just to follow up on that, because we stair-step, because we got the brief about stair-stepping debt or front-loading debt along with the expenditures, it is in fact that stair-stepping that has allowed us to do that. Is that correct, the way we structured the repayments?
That is correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Same topic. So are we able to help educate the community to show them that we can do this responsibly and what that 3-year, 4-year plan might look like? Because I think that part of the education is showing, we're being very responsible and we are planning ahead and everything. So I'm just curious if that analysis has been done.
We don't have a formal analysis on a 3 to 4 year plan, but I agree that that is something that we need to put out. Certainly it has been part of our presentation and our communications in terms of our capital maintenance needs aren't going to go away. We're not going to pass a bond and have it mean that we can take care of capital maintenance for 111 buildings indefinitely. And so what we often do talk about is that time period from 1984 to 2006, where we passed a bond on average every 3.5 years. That's what helps us be able to maintain our capital infrastructure and keep up with growth in our county. And that kind of cycle is what we need moving forward. But we do not have a laid out plan at this point.
Director Ray.
I was first of all just echo the wow in the presentation and the wonderful people that are sitting behind you. My goodness, what you guys can accomplish in a matter of weeks is amazing. So I'm totally awestruck by this, truly. I have some just individual questions throughout the presentation. So I don't know if you guys get tired of hearing me ask questions, you can cut me off, Director Peterson. But I just have you, what's that?
I said they might be my same question.
Okay, good. So first of all, one of the questions Director Hansen asked that I don't think got answered was, we have a need to build 5 elementary schools. We chose 3. How did we come to the decision of these 3 as as the other, and the other 2 have to wait?
The master capital plan covers 5 years and calls for the 5 new elementary schools in the 5 years. COO Rich Cosgrove, would you like to help me answer how we came up with those 3?
Yes, basically it was data. The utilization of schools in those surrounding areas of the 3 schools for this bond are going to be the most overcapacity schools in 5 years. Okay. And just to give you some examples, for Sterling Ranch, we'll eventually have over 9,000 students, and we'll eventually need 3 elementary schools. They are building rapidly. Crystal Valley, 3,000 new homes, 1,000 more elementary students in 5 years. Castle Rock Elementary is at 109% capacity in 5 years. Flagstone at 120, Rock Ridge at 137, and South Ridge at 116. And that's after we've reboundaried that area. And for the canyons, again, that's an isolated pocket on the east side of I-25. And Buffalo Ridge will be at 128% capacity in 5 years, and Timber Trail at 113. So in the master capital plan, as Superintendent Kane said, there are other schools, but that is a 5-year plan. That is a very close second, the Crowfoot Valley corridor and North Parker. But North Parker would be addressed in this bond with the Sierra Middle School addition in lieu of an elementary school.
So Crowfoot Valley really is the other one that's a close second right now to the grouping.
In theory, that is one of the potential next bond issues, unless those capacity needs are met other ways.
And then, did I understand Superintendent Kane correctly that the $450 million is the maximum we can go to without having an impact? We can't go anything beyond $450 million, is that right? Otherwise, we start impacting the mills.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. I'm really intrigued by the salary schedules. And I don't think I've ever seen a district do that before, where it's like, if we pass this MLO, we're going to tell you that you have, there's an average of 9% pay increase. So I'm intrigued by that and wondering, have we explored all the potential consequences, if you will, of that decision? Because, for instance, typically the board is required by law to pass a resolution to set salary schedules for compensation. So is that something that we need to do in parallel in advance, so that we're in compliance with we're required to do statutorily with compensation? So, you don't need to answer that question now. What I'm wondering is, have we vetted that? Because that's a new concept, and are we aware if there's other districts that have done something similar to that kind of promise that says to staff, you will know what your salary will be?
I'm not aware of another district that's been as specific as we are being, but one of the things that we were trying to address truly is the issue of earning our staff and our community's trust, right? This way, people know exactly how we're going to spend the money. There isn't some question that maybe someone will make a different decision, or maybe, whatever. It keeps it really, really specific. So that every single individual knows what this will mean for them within our system. As far as the salary schedules go, if in the event that a mill levy override passes, which would be amazing, at that point the board would hopefully adopt those salary schedules. So part of your decision making as you think about putting this on the ballot in this way would be, if you don't feel like passing salary schedules mid-year would be appropriate, then maybe don't put it on in this way. But this is our recommendation to you. I think one of the themes of the 2018 mill levy override and bond was the idea of promises made, promises kept. And this is, to me, a very specific way to make and keep promises to our staff without oversetting their expectations or undersetting or anything else. We'll be able to deliver on those expectations. We did carefully do all of our math to make sure that we are able to afford to fill our vacancies at those new higher rates as well. So it's all baked into to the math.
And that's right on in terms of the promises kept. And that's what I'm questioning, is because if we do come out with this strong statement that says, you will now know that if this passes, you get a 9% pay increase, and we can't deliver, then that does a number on trust. So for instance, if, in 2020, we had to give $30 million back to the state, kind of bottomed out our ability to continue our work with compensation. So what happens if that were to occur? Are we still able to guarantee that on average a 9% pay increase is in your future if the MLO is passed?
I feel really confident with that guarantee, with the $60 million, because that is what the $60 million would go to. Should something, our plan had been to continue to eat into fund balance in order to sustain the salary schedule as it was, should something catastrophic happen at the state level. We have that fund balance to be able to help us sustain, but we don't expect to have any kind of giant drop out of the state in the current school year. So, we feel reasonably confident that that something like that isn't going to happen in the current school year. Anytime you make a salary commitment based on new state revenue, that commitment is an ongoing commitment. So this is no different than making a salary commitment at the end of last year for this year based on our new state revenue. This is a salary commitment based on our new revenue of this mill levy override. We have calculated, recalculated, and triple calculated the numbers. And so we are extremely confident that this is exactly what you will be able to do in the event that the mill levy override passes.
Excellent. And then that 9% increase paid retroactively, is that on top of they already got a guarantee of at least a 2%, 2.5% or better pay increase for this year. So does that 9% on top of that? So if that's the case, then there could be like an 11% pay increase for this school year. So just wondering, is that an add-on to the 2% that they already have received this year?
So the salary that we have already committed to each and every employee for this school year, what we are talking about with the $60 million mill levy override is on top of that. I also want to mention that it is on top of the retention bonus that we did last year that many of our staff will be receiving in September. So this is truly layered on top of everything that they've got going on right now. And again, it is and that is tremendous, and what a blessing to even be able to talk about it. It sounds tremendous, it is tremendous, but keep in mind, it still gets us about halfway to where Cherry Creek is or whatever, but it is something that is a huge investment in our staff, in our people, in those incredible former biologists that inspired my kid, that I really hope can inspire Danny's kids when they're old enough to be in high school. And, someday, not too soon, but someday, my grandkids, and just be able to sustain what we have always done in Douglas County School District, which is offer excellence.
And do we know if other districts are putting forth an MLO for their ballot? Because I agree with you, and it's such a chasing game for us. Like, we get our beginning teacher salary up to a place, and all of a sudden they increase theirs. So
well, yes, that's a great question. Let me get back to if you'll indulge me for just a moment. So if you remember, the School Finance Act allows us to raise up to 25% of our total funding through a local mill levy override. There are a lot of what I'm going to call loophole mill levy overrides. So there are additional little mill levy overrides for very specific things that districts can pass. And so some of the districts that are really killing us have taken advantage of every possible mill levy override in addition to that 25%. But in general, if they're at that 25% cap and they've taken advantage of the loophole ones, they're not going to keep making it worse. And so this is our opportunity to actually start to catch up instead of playing the game of where, we pass. Where's my other slide? Sorry, I'll get back to it. This game, right, where we pass one and then they all go pass a whole bunch. The fact that the School Finance Act does have that 25% cap, plus some of those little loophole mill levy overrides, there is a limit. And so that means that we can start to catch up.
Yeah, Superintendent Kane, if I could jump in here with Director Ray as a follow-up on the percentage. I've been out debating various people over the summer, advocating for exactly what you briefed today. And I got a really good question from someone. He said, Mike, sum up your value proposition. Just like you were in a marketing firm, what is the value proposition of Douglas County? And as one director, I would sum that up as the best education in the Denver metro area for an incredible value. That's what we do here in Douglas County, and I think it's borne out by the data. And when we look at, well, what are we trying to do? In my mind, it is maintaining excellence, because we already have demonstrably the best teachers and staff and everybody, bus drivers, nutritionists and stuff. We need to continue to attract more of them, retain the ones we have, and this is the vehicle. So when we look at that value proposition, best delivery, best product for an incredible value, everybody else seems to be at that 25%. I know Cherry Creek not only got taxpayers to go to the 25%, they got them to index it to the School Finance Act, which is a whole nother step. Where would we sit percentage-wise? I understand that today we're sitting about 12% of an MLO. If past the $60 million, what rough percentage would that put us at compared to just about everybody else at 25%?
So that's a great question. Thank you for asking it. It would put us at about 22%, which is great. However, you're saying in your head, wait a minute, that's not halfway to 25%. That's really great. Remember, some of these districts like Cherry Creek, Denver, and Boulder Valley have also passed these other mill levy overrides. So if you actually do the math on Cherry Creek, for example, you're going to come up with a number bigger than 25% because of the special mill levy overrides. How did I do? Interim CFO Schleissner, I did okay. All right. Do you want to add anything?
She might be back here dying. Well, no, great job. I was just going to say that since they are a flat dollar amount, that percentage will change over time also. So we will not stay at that 22%. That will vary.
Thank you. That's actually a really good comment. We have always done a flat dollar amount mill levy override in our district. There was some discussion among staff of, should we try a number of mills? But I think that where we landed is let's stick with what we've been doing because we don't want to alarm our taxpayers. You know, we want to make sure we're being as straightforward as we can. But I do need to say that fixed dollar amount, the advantage for our taxpayers is that when their assessed values go way up next year, their number of dollars that they're paying towards the mill levy override will not go up. But what it also means is that our collections per student diminish over time. So what the taxpayers are paying diminish over time, the collections from each homeowner diminishes over time, but our collections per student will diminish over time. So what's 22% based on our math right now, 2 years from now may look more like 19%.
And one final comment, I looked at the 2018 spend and what is projected in the potential bond and mill. And again, I would encourage folks, go to the detailed bond plan where everything's in there. But what I'm really impressed with, and we'll talk about it when we get to mission and vision here in a couple more agenda items, the 10.2 going towards special education is overdue. So, sorry, go ahead. Chokes me up a little bit.
Understand. On the note of the mill levy being a fixed rate or a fixed dollar amount, I think this question comes up, and I'd just like to have the experts answer it, but it's the whole notion of the sunset. Does a mill levy sunset or not? And if you guys, if one of you could address that, that would be great.
All right, I'm going to make an attempt, and then if Jana needs to pull the microphone from my mouth, she can. We do not have mill levy overrides that sunset. That is an option. When you're looking at ballot language, you certainly can put in a sunset provision for a mill levy override. I will tell you, I think it's already challenging that it diminishes over time as far as what percentage of the School Finance Act it's going to be, because it does kind of keep us a little bit in that chasing mode, not anything like what we've been, but a little bit. If we were to sunset, that would just make it really hard. So, but that is an option that the Board of Education has in front of them for sure.
Well, I think the other issue is that that's perpetuity in terms of those salaries that we're increasing now.
Correct.
Those people don't go away in 5 years. I mean, their salaries still stay in place in our budget. And I would guess that all of these other districts, all of their MLOs don't sunset either.
Oh, yes. And in fact, as President Peterson pointed out, some of the districts have indexed their 25% to the School Finance Act. So they've said to taxpayers, can we charge whatever number of mills we need to raise 25% of whatever the School Finance Act is in that particular year, which is a little bit like a blank check, and I'm not sure that's anything that our taxpayers would be excited about, but it is something that some of the other districts have done that will cause us, at least for a little while, to have a little bit of that chasing effect. But the ground we can cover with a $60 million mill levy override will take a lot of the chasing pressure off, if that makes sense.
Yep, sure does. One question about our expanding our middle schools. Refresh my memory, we were out with our community talking about moving sixth grade to our middle schools. And I can't remember what kind of feedback we received, but have we talked with our community a lot about that transition, especially in those two middle school areas?
Yes, we did, as part of the school capacity boundary analysis. That was part of the overall survey, and 7 and 8 versus 6 and 8 was polled. And in general, for those communities with 6 through 8, they preferred that. If they did not, they did not support it as much, because we felt as staff and our consultant, Western Demographics, because they were not familiar with that approach.
Well, one follow-up to that. When we talk about the 3 schools in the Canyon, Sterling Ranch, and Crystal Valley, when I've been talking to people, I've been saying pre-K through X, because I don't know if it's going to be 5, 7. Some people even talked about, K through 8. Do we know what the target grade levels are for those 3 schools, or is that to be determined since they're the first down payment and the feeder in that area?
To answer your question, President Peterson, and then I want to get back to your question, Director Ray. President Peterson, to answer that question, that's an engagement with the community. We have to look at what the realistic prospects are of how many neighborhood schools we will be able to build in Sterling Ranch based on what we think we would be able to pass in terms of bonds moving forward. So that's all part of the conversation with Sterling Ranch. Director Ray, what COO Cosgrove said is correct. So there was an entire process as part of the boundary and capacity. Keep in mind that in the event that a bond passes, nothing happens like that, if only. It will take a number of years for us to have all the pieces in place to begin those expansions, and that will give us a number of years to begin to engage with our community. But at the end of the day, we've got to have seats to put our kids in. And so that's just part of that analysis.
I think a big part of the conversation is there was intentional conversations with community members, with teachers, and with leaders as well, specifically. So the conversation did include multiple stakeholders going through that school boundary capacity analysis as well a number of years ago. So just as to your exact point, we want to make sure there's community, staff, and leadership input as well too.
And really, I know just talking with our middle school principals, they prefer a 6-8 model. I'm sure Mr. Windsor could go on and on about that, but so I do. But I do recall, as Mr. Cosgrove mentioned, is the people that currently are in a K through 6 school, I think, preferred the 6th grade to stay in the elementary, and the people that had a 6, 7, 8 in their feeder preferred the 6, 7, 8 feeder. Is that what I understood? That was the feedback we received from those community meetings.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
If I could add, though, without the ability to expand our middle school, that's going to be conversation with those schools about keeping 6th graders in those schools, but then having to put them in mobiles or having to, the conversation isn't so much, do you just get to keep things the way that they are today forever, because we've got to have seats to put our kids in. So it is a conversation that we need to engage with our community. And while I'm at it, President Peterson, if you'd allow me to add, we fully recognize that while we are dealing with growth in parts of our district, we are also dealing with enrollment decline in other parts of our district. And that is something that my team is looking at, working on an engagement plan with our declining enrollment communities to talk about what that 3 to 5 year plan is going to look like, because it's going to have to dovetail with the plan to open new schools so that we're being as fiscally responsible as we can and making sure that we're able to offer programming choices to kids. When we stretch our kids out over so many schools and we have a small number of children in an individual school, our programming options for kids start to become really limited. So really looking at, we plan on addressing the declining enrollment challenges at the same time. So I also want to reassure you all and our taxpayers that both of those issues need to be addressed because they are directly related.
One comment on that, saw a recent article about Jeffco of having a 96-ish capacity and an enrollment that was only a few thousand over ours. Obviously, the intent is to never get into that situation where we have underutilization in our schools. So what I'm hearing is, as we build new schools, we will also concurrently look at potential repurposing or things in the declining areas.
And if I could be even more specific, building and offering to you all for approval a 3 to 5 year plan on what our declining enrollment looks like so that we don't have staff in a building every single year asking themselves if next year is the year that you're going to close my school, right? We don't want to be surprising anyone in our community, our staff. We want to make sure that we work together collaboratively as a community, staff, leaders, through a process of here's what it's going to look like over the next 3 to 5 years. Sudden moves are very scary for the community and for our staff. So if we have a 3 to 5 year plan, that's about what we'll have, right, for our new schools as well. And so we'll be able to make sure that we're not making sudden moves. You are correct, President Peterson. I believe Jefferson County was reported that they have 49 schools with under 250 students. That's a situation where you can't offer music, you can't offer art. And we do not want to end up being in a situation where we're having to react to that. We want to be able to be proactive.
And Director Ray, if I may, on the other flip of the coin, talking about Sierra Middle School expansion, for example, there's Prairie Crossing Elementary, and as Superintendent Kane said, mobiles. There's already 5 mobiles there, and they're forecasted to be at over 150% in 5 years. So that's the classic case of the boom that needs to be addressed.
I have like 2 more questions, I think.
This is shortening our debate.
Yeah, right. And then, Mr. Cosgrove, the capital renewal projects. I waited just to tell you took the seat. Every school is touched in that. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And I think you said it in your presentation, but again, for the public, 2018 really was to stop the bleeding. That was the purpose of the 2018 bond, because I'm sure people look at the list of improvement projects, and, we've got a sewer issue at Sedalia or whatnot, and people are wondering, why didn't we get that fixed sooner? But we had to stop the bleeding first because of the long amount of time that we didn't pay attention to our maintenance through a bond election, and now we're able to continue to build on making our facilities stable.
That's absolutely correct. So it's 12 years since the last bond, and the 2018 bond, it only addressed Tier 1 needs in our older schools that were constructed before 2007. There were $39 million in the master capital plan in 2018-19 that weren't in the bond. Also, half of the Tier 2 at those older schools were not included. So that did stop the bleeding. These capital needs continue that effort, even though we have a significant backlog larger than that, but they will keep our schools safe per code. For example, for the first time, since many of these schools were built, we have $13 million worth of parking lots and playgrounds. We have 1-inch gaps and cracks in our parking lots, which over time will impact our facilities with differential settlement. So it's nothing glamorous, but it will continue us from losing ground as that backlog continues to grow, as Superintendent Kane presented.
And Mr. Cosgrove, if you could, for people that didn't pay attention to what Tier 1, Tier 2, and they mistake it with priorities, can you just define what a Tier 1 item is, if it is inoperable, and what that does to the school?
Correct. So in this bond, the critical items that have been identified are what we have referred to in the past and continue as Tier 1 and Tier 2. And so these are items that could either close a school. Typically, it's your mechanical, electrical, and plumbing and roof. And then it's your other critical needs that are the building envelope and certain functional areas within the building. For example, a particular bank of toilet fixtures an artificial field or track for competitive sports and learning. That will close a program. We're replacing the scoreboard at Douglas County High right now. That is essential to having sports in a stadium. And that's over $300,000. So these are the kinds of items that are critical in this bond.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so I think COO Cosgrove put it best when he said this is not glamorous. Our capital needs are truly making sure that our buildings continue to be safe, that we're not having to close wings down to leaking roofs and not functioning HVAC units. So making sure that we can replace things when we need to replace them, just like with our houses, you have to replace your heating, your water heater every so often, and if you don't, it becomes incredibly expensive to keep up and maintain it. So that's what we're trying to make sure that we're doing, is maintaining our assets responsibly. Remember that since the last neighborhood school was built in 2010, by definition, we don't have any neighborhood schools newer than 12 years. They are all older, and some of them are a lot older.
And one shout out for the 50th anniversary of Larkspur Elementary last Friday. So go Bobcats.
Mr. Cosgrove, and then also with the capital renewal projects for our charter schools, can you talk about the process of, I think there's like 8 out of our 18 charter schools that have bond dollars going towards them, which was different in 2018, where all our charters received some kind of benefit from the bond for security purposes. So can you talk about that process in terms of how these charters got selected to have bond dollars as opposed to the other ones?
It is still true that all of our charters will receive security upgrades. So the security upgrades pertain to all of our schools. Okay. So that is still true, because we want to make sure that everyone has the standard security. I will let COO Cosgrove talk about age of facility and those requirements. They came from the charter schools themselves. So go ahead.
Thank you for the question. In the 2018 bond, it was exactly aligned, charters and neighborhood schools. Any school built before 2007 was included from a capital renewal perspective. And I'm just talking the facility. In addition to that, there's the security discussion, which did and will impact every school. So in this bond, you basically add the years since the last bond. And so any charter in a building that is 2011 or older is included. And primarily that is Skyview and STEM. The First American Academy is starting to hit it. So it's by age of the school. And these are critical needs that can be performed by law, since we don't own those facilities.
That was my follow-up question, is that we don't own these facilities, so when we improve them, how does that happen?
So the improvements are all as allowable by law, which means that just as with the 2018 bonds, these are improvements that in theory, we could pick up and take away back to our place if we needed to. So they're allowable by law in the same way that they were in 2018.
And I think just for our charter community to know, that's one thing that's I think is unique about Douglas County. This is the second time I know in our history that we have given charter schools some of the bond benefits or the bond proceeds. And that's not always the case. I think that just shows how inclusive we are to saying all kids, regardless of what roof they're under, we want to make sure that they're thriving in an environment where they can thrive. So I just want to highlight that.
Yes,
too.
absolutely. And we did meet with, I had got to personally meet with all of our charter leaders about a month ago, and they are thrilled with our approach to the bond mill. And again, from a mill levy override standpoint, they are suffering all the same ills that we are in terms of competitive pay.
I will yield the floor for now. Director Peterson.
Other directors. Director Weininger.
I just have a couple questions. My first question's on the 1997 mill levy limitation. So we have to put in language so that we can, what's the correct way to put it? Like override what was passed back then? What is the dollar amount where we don't have to put that language in for a mill levy?
It's more of a mill, so Again, since it's a set dollar amount, that mill will change. And so we're just getting rid of that, that limitation so we don't bump up against it in the future. And so a lot of school districts put this into place in the 90s, just like we did, and everybody else has removed it except for us. So we'd be the last ones to remove that language.
So there's not like a amount where you're like, oh, we don't even have to put that in there for this time around.
I believe we're just coming up to that mill. We haven't surpassed it yet, but we're getting very close. So now's our opportunity to remove that.
Okay. And then my other question's on the bond language. For talking about the 3 new neighborhood schools, is there a reason we're not listing the 3 new neighborhood schools that we're going to build?
They are listed in the bond plan. So they are referenced in the question. We were told information like that would be more suited for the Blue Book part of the bond. And then, of course, the bond plan itself specifies.
Okay, so we're tied to those 3 schools listed in the bond plan.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a really important point because I have been asked, again, I think I mentioned earlier, but I have been asked several times, how do we know they're not going to go build charter schools, for example, with the bond dollars? We are obligated based on our bond plan to neighborhood schools in those communities.
Any other directors? Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. We both ran significantly over your part and our questioning. So if we may, adjourn to quarter of. Quick break? Yes. So I'm sorry, not adjourn, break until quarter of. Thank you. MBOC recommendation, do we each as individual directors believe that this meets that criteria for clear and specific language? I guess what I'm asking, is there anyone that thinks it's too broad or too narrow? Director Meek, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the language is good. I think where my brain is going right now is the commitment to staff, that, this is what the salary would be. I think that's not in the ballot language, but I'm wondering how that commitment links to this and how you see that playing together.
Superintendent Kane, would you like to answer that, or? Thank you.
I think by having made the commitment in terms of publishing all the salary schedules and doing all of those things, that commitment is made. Now, I'm not a ballot language attorney, but that being said, we were able to put into the bond language, per the bond plan published on the district website. So perhaps if it's a concern for any of you, we could put something along the lines of per the MLO plan published on the district's website. But it was staff's opinion and the opinion of the attorneys that helped craft the language that this would be sufficient. The other thing is that because our charter schools are doing their competitive compensation the way that they need to do it, they haven't made the specific commitments necessarily that the district has.
So I don't feel the need to add that language to it. I think my hesitation, I'm kind of thinking what Director A was saying. I think I'm traumatized by, joining the board and then 2 months later having to cut $30 million and making commitments. And so I think, school funding, I know we have ongoing funds and one-time funds, but in reality, it really is, everything's one-time because those dollars fluctuate. So I think we have to do our best. I think we have to be transparent. I think we need to put out a salary schedule. So I like your approach. I just want to make sure we're not making a commitment that we're not going to be able to keep in the long run, because you do have situations where we need to cut and 85% or so goes into salaries.
So I really appreciate that point. This, however, is no different than making a commitment to employees at the end of the school year to give them an increase for the following school year. It's no different than that. This is the way, just like we would use new state revenue to make that commitment, we wait until we have the actual state revenue. To make that commitment, we would wait until we have the actual mill levy override revenue to make this commitment. So it's exactly the same as every ongoing salary commitment that we make to our staff based on new revenue, regardless of the source of the new revenue.
Director Williams, then Director Ray.
I actually love the tangible pay schedule that everyone can look at. I think it holds us accountable to our taxpayers, to the people that are going to be voting for this. And I think that it gives our staff and teachers a way to look at this and say that they're excited about it. So I absolutely love the tangible attachment to it, and I understand the anxiety from a past experience, but I think that especially after hearing what FOC has said and the MBOC about just being more transparent and really putting it out there, that we have to listen to that so that people are more likely to move forward and vote yes.
And one other comment on that, some feedback that I've received personally is on the last bond, people weren't quite sure. There were different expectations from what happened, and I'm not going to put blame or anything. I think people just assume some things. This takes that assumption out and says, at least for our staff, teachers, non-licensed, others, you can see the before and after. And I think I do like the tangibility, but I also acknowledge the risk factor is quite real.
Did you mean MLO or
I'm
were
sorry,
you-
did I
you-
mistakenly say bond?
You said bond, but I
Thank
just
you,
wanted
thank
to
you.
make
No,
sure.
no, thank you for the
Okay.
correction. I did mean the MLO. Thank you. Director Ray?
I think part of that too, and I know we don't like to focus on the negative, the what if, but I think there's also that what if this does not pass? You know, and so there's that panic that our staff has that says, well, that means our salaries will be frozen, or that means that we'll have to take furlough days. And I wonder, you know, I think that's the other messaging piece that we need to get out for staff, because there's this desperation to say, oh my gosh, if this doesn't pass, there's even more devastation to my compensation than moving forward. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that. Yes, for sure. Of course, our staff is thinking, what if this doesn't pass? I'm always really hesitant to paint some kind of catastrophic, you know, the world will fall apart scenario, because I don't know what message that sends to our staff. So my answer to that is, if this doesn't pass, we're exactly where we've been, which is we have the salary schedule that you all passed. We will be able to continue to award steps to our staff. That's a rumor I've heard. We won't be able to get steps. We will be able to continue to award steps to our staff. We will have to adjust our increases to the entire schedule based on available revenue. So whatever that looks like based on available revenue. We do know that we will be taking an amount out of our fund balance at least through 2026 in order to continue to progress on the steps. If you are asking what my recommendation would be to you all if we get to a situation where now we're at 2026 and we have some decisions to make, I am always going to go for methods like hiring freezes, not filling vacancies, or reducing the total number of staff we had long before I want to talk about anything related to a pay freeze or furlough days. I think that taking action that ends up impacting negatively every single staff member in our district is incredibly devastating, and we are much better off making really painful trims through not hiring like we had planned or whatever. Because if you reduce the number of staff that you're paying, then you don't have to reduce what you're paying everyone or freeze everyone. So you just have choices. And so if we get to a point in 2026 where those are the choices in front of us, my recommendation, I will tell you, that a pay freeze or furlough days would be my very last go-to. So for what it is worth. I also don't want to tell you it's a rosy picture if it doesn't pass, but if it doesn't pass, we will continue to progress along this path, which is where we just can't keep up competitively, and it will be really hard.
Thank you for that. We don't have our schedules for ProTech administrators classified, and I'm wondering about how do we do something similar to really give them that same sense of security that we're giving licensed staff?
So what we do have for admin, ProTech, and classified, of course, are our ranges, which is our version of schedules for those folks. So, they would continue to progress, but not at a breakneck pace, and I will say again that in that sense, my personal recommendation, if I'm in this position to be able to make a recommendation to you all, would pay freezes would be my very last go-to. Same thing, it's math, right? You either have fewer staff or you've got the staff you have and you have to pay less or freeze their pay. So I'm always going to try to tend to the fewer staff through not filling vacancies, et cetera.
And I apologize, I didn't mean just if it didn't pass, but I'm saying that the way we currently have it set up to give licensed staff that security, know that average 9% pay increase for licensed staff, average 8% for classified. We don't have that same detail for our classified and our ProTech and admin. So I understand you're saying that there's the ranges. So are we giving them that security that says your range will be increased by 8% or 9%, or how are we giving that same secure message to those departments?
In the event that a mill levy override passes, or generally?
In the event that it will pass, how do we give them that visual? Yeah.
So if it passes, everything moves. So for example, if on the classified side, not only do all the people get a 9% increase, all those ranges move 9%. So if you picture compensation as being like a bulletin board with all the ranges, and then the peoples or pins and the ranges, the entire bulletin board moves the 9%. So the ranges do, the people do, everything adjusts, so they have that same, that similar certainty. I hope that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. I'm just saying the visual is not as significant
Stark.
as the license. So
Yeah.
no, absolutely. So what we're saying to a classified, you make 1575 times 8% is what you will get.
Correct. 9%. Correct.
For classified, I thought it was 8%.
Classified is 9%. So every
Okay.
single classified staff member will receive. Did I get that wrong? Everyone's looking at me like I got that wrong. So suddenly I'm a little panicky. Let me
That's okay.
But so for classified, every single classified staff member would receive that percentage increase, a flat percentage. So it's not. It is 9. Phew. Oh my gosh. Yeah, all of a sudden everyone's looking around and I'm like, oh my God, what if I got it wrong? I've been dreaming about these numbers. So yes, 9. So every classified staff, whether they are an administrative assistant or a custodian or whatever position they happen to be in, would receive a flat 9%. So they do have the security of knowing exactly what their paycheck would look like post MLO. I think I got your question now. I'm sorry it took me so long.
Nope, you were right on.
Thank you.
Director Myers.
So one of the things I'm wondering, in the buildings, in the district buildings, and I think from the past when I was in teaching, that the principals, staff, they would relay this information to the actual teachers, licensed staff, and keep them apprised of what would be happening if we didn't pass the MLO bond, with the sustainability only being so much longer, then we'd have to relook at everything, and then knowing that just the importance of the MLO bond is to definitely, if we get this done, look where we're going. We're getting up there, because we have had so many years where we didn't have positive pay.
Would you like me to address that? Yeah. I am holding a town hall a virtual town hall for our staff, to make sure that in case they weren't watching this meeting or don't want to go back and watch this meeting, that I can kind of summarize what the bond mill levy override looks like, and answer any questions they have, at least for as long as I possibly can.
Other directors? Director Ray.
So, Superintendent Ken, do you think it would be helpful for us to pass a resolution like we have done with compensation, to kind of parallel with, I know we'll have this, we've got the bond plan, we've got the statements that we've made, we've got the salary schedules. Would it help you and your staff just to solidify this, for us to go ahead and pass a resolution of some kind that says, if the MLO passes, these are the salary schedules that we will adopt retroactively? I know that it kind of says that in the MLO, but it just seems like the board has still a little bit of latitude to say, well, I know that was what you said, but we are going to think something different. But I'm just wondering if that might be helpful, just to solidify, we mean 9%.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you for suggesting it.
Okay.
Director Hansen.
This isn't specific to the ballot language. I probably should have asked it in our previous section, but it's been nagging at me. Can you just clarify who is considered an administrator under this? Everyone principal level and through admin office?
Ooh. Maybe CHRO Thompson might have to help me with this, but some of our folks are classified as pro-tech. Well, it doesn't make any difference, because admin and pro-tech all get 6%. Administrators, assistant principals, most of the folks who work in the district, whether they're doing professional development or maintaining our IT systems, all of those things would be considered in the administrator pro-tech category. Did that answer your question, Director Hansen?
Yeah, it does. Any way that I say this question, it's prickly, but I know that it is a struggle always to justify raising administrator salaries, because of just general perceptions that we want the money to go to the people who are the closest to our kids.
But what Director Hyatt said really resonated with me. Our teachers stay because of their loyalty to their building leaders. When I think of the schools that my kids are in, it's the building leaders, and it's that piece of the puzzle that I worry that this has failed to acknowledge and recognize in some way. I don't know, and obviously this gets complicated because it's numbers and would possibly be a change, but I just am wondering what we could accomplish if we included a few more people in that 9% group instead of the 6%.
We looked at a number of scenarios and what starts to happen if you pick and choose administrators, for example, in buildings. So if you do principals, for example, at 9%, now you have principals that are making more than their bosses, more than the EDOS. So it was one of those, where does it, that's why we did 6% for administrators, because already based on compensation over the last number of years, because it's been done differently based on administrators. We have a lot of, we have high school administrators that are making as much as an executive director of school or more, or as much as cabinet, so it's just making sure that we continue that we don't wreck our calibration as well. Because why would anybody want to become an executive director of schools, for example? And that leadership matters too. It matters kind of all the way through our system. And that's why we considered administrators at all, because there's also that argument of that you specified at the beginning. We want to make sure we focus on all the folks closest to our kids, and of course we do. But already we have lots of teachers who make more than assistant principals, which means that teachers don't want to become assistant principals. So, and then we have a shortage of assistant principals when we have a principal opening. So it all just trickles throughout the system. It is a lower percentage than classified, because classified, a custodian makes so much less in real dollars than a principal, that lower percentage applied to someone who's making $19 an hour, or that higher percentage applied to someone that's making $19 an hour, has a more of a dollar amount impact than if you apply that same 9% to someone who's making $100,000 a year, for example.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I understand. There's no other way to say it. It just gets prickly because you don't want anyone to feel less valued than anyone else. But
the last thing I would add is I have heard from our principals and assistant principals that they really appreciate that they are acknowledged and included in this. Because so often, it's easy for us to write off administrators as not having important roles when it comes to our children. And so I've seen a lot of principals and assistant principals say, oh my goodness, you're like, wait, administrators are included, out loud, and it's okay. Of course it's okay, because the leadership matters too. Their leadership matters to them as much as their personal leadership matters to their teachers. Whoever's leading them matters too. It's just all the way up the chain.
Thank you.
Other directors? Yeah, we'll talk about it in a minute, but specifically, is there anyone that thinks they need to see a change or would have a recommendation to take back to staff on the wording of 5A, the MLO? Director Meek.
Yeah, I don't have a change, but I'm wondering, are we rolling this out to our various board committees for their feedback? If there are meetings that are happening, between now and our next board meeting? Or, yes, it's up to the board for the board committees. I'm wondering if there are other ways that you're rolling this out to staff for feedback.
We've been talking to our staff and getting their feedback. So we've been sharing this approach with our staff for quite a while. I had the privilege of being able to talk to our assistant principals and principals at the regional level during the summer summit. Now, of course, we couldn't talk specific percentages, but we were able to talk about the basic concept and of everyone understanding exactly what it would mean for them, and the feedback around that was extremely positive.
Yeah, I guess I just mean the specific language, that's all. Just making sure people.
Yeah, and for all board members, echoing Director Meek, if you are attending a committee meeting or something, please actively solicit feedback specifically on the language or any of the methodology. But the other thing for any of the public listening, again, the 23rd is the vote. So get your comments in, email your directors, ask questions. If it's operational, please send those questions to the superintendent so we can get responses. But we do want and really need robust feedback, both for, against, questions, and we will have 2 hours of public comment on the 23rd as well. So, but please don't wait until then. If you have questions now, tonight, tomorrow, the earlier we get the questions, the better chance we can address them or consider them as board members. So thank you. Director Ray.
Just one other piggyback on Director Meek. I think it's important to remember the board committees are our committees. And so we shouldn't look at Superintendent Kane and say, have you talked to our committees yet? That's really our responsibility. So I agree with Director Peterson that that's our responsibility as a liaison to a committee, is to make sure if we're on their agenda to do just that or not. So I want us to be careful that we don't put staff in the role of initiating communication to our committees, because they work for us and with us. So the group that I'm wondering about, though, that is not one of our committees, is the employee council. And I'm just wondering, given that this is such a significant impact on our employees, how have we looped that council in, since they're a representative group, and how are we getting that, like Director Meek suggested, feedback from those folks?
Thank you for that question. We have a meeting with our employee council coming up in September, and we'll be able to make sure that they are up to speed on our proposal.
Is there a way, and you can say no, but so we have to approve this question by the 23rd. I know it's 2 weeks from now, but is there any way that we can get some kind of reaction from our employee? I mean, I know we've got reaction from our leaders because Superintendent Kane stays close to them through their DLT meetings. What we haven't really heard from is our employees. I'm just wondering if there's a loop we can do.
So I would ask the board to keep in mind that over the summer, most of our groups don't meet and our staff doesn't meet, and truly we have not had a great deal of time to compile and put together, given that you have an absolute deadline for the end of August. My suggestion would be that the next 2 weeks are the time period when anyone in our community, to include our employees, can provide their feedback to us, directly to you, in whatever way that they would like on the bond mill levy override initiative. We can certainly explore calling a special meeting of the employee council, but my recommendation would be that the next 2 weeks is your opportunity to consider feedback as your public and your community and our staff sends you emails and communicates with you. But we truly have had an opportunity to speak with not only with our leaders, but with a lot of our staff informally around this concept of giving them certainty around what their compensation would be. And because some of the feedback that I have received is that one of the hard parts about the last mill levy override, not through any misdeeds or anything like that, but is that we talked a lot about competitive compensation and this giant gap, and so in some ways inadvertently overset expectations. And so one of the things we're trying to avoid is having people feel like, yeah, they're saying I'll get more compensation, but at the end of the day, who knows if it'll be $10 or $100 or $1,000 or whatever. This way, they really do have that certainty going into the situation. So that approach really, for me, was based on a lot of feedback from teachers and staff over the last number of years, in addition to just over this summer. But I do thank you for keeping in mind that we really have only had the summer months when we don't have our people. They've all been out.
And in that spirit, it's the same reason I really want to make sure we have a pathway for our employees to communicate to us. For the very reason you just explained, is we don't want anybody to be surprised or go, gee, nobody asked me, kind of thing. So that's what I'm just wondering.
And truly, the town hall that I'll be holding on August 10th, which will be open to August 10th, will be open to all of our employees, and we will make sure that did I say the date wrong? Tomorrow will be to be able to collect that feedback, and if there's so much that I need to do another one prior to the 23rd, I certainly will, and I'll be sure to share all of that feedback and commentary with you all.
And Superintendent Kane, I have the opportunity to send an email and a communication to our employee council before our meeting tomorrow, encouraging them to find time to attend and participate.
Other directors? Okay, if there's nothing, I'll assume that we are generally in agreement with the language. So the message to Superintendent Kane is when we vote on the 23rd, we'd like to see something very much like this, and if not, reasons why. So moving on to 5B, which is the bond language, if we can get that up on the board or on the screen, Mr. Blair? Thank you. Oh, back one, thanks. Again, I guess the macro question here is there any suggestions for or requests from individual board directors about the language or suggestions on how it might be changed if they believe it needs to be changed? Knowing that there is a second page here as well.
And if I could, President Peterson, the pieces that are in bold are the pieces where we really have input and the ability to change. The pieces that are not in bold are much more legally required boilerplate type stuff, which is why I scanned past the second page back to the first.
And again, echoing back to our FOC comments and briefing earlier tonight, one of the things they stressed was that the be language included around the bond premium proceeds and interest earnings, which I do see in here. So it looks like we're at least following our committee's recommendations on the language, and I appreciate that. Director Hansen.
This is a very minor suggestion, but I would actually like to see in the listed items that would be addressed, the construction move to the top. This is a really lengthy item to put on a ballot, and for the folks that aren't going to read everything, it would be a lot more fun to vote for building a new school than updating capital improvements. Just a simple suggestion that I think might help.
I actually agree 100% with Director Hansen. I think that's more of a marquee item, and I think a lot of our community is very interested in that, in the construction, and it makes this bond stand out from other bonds because, again, back to the how much did we get last time and why 450 this time? $216 million reason right there in that number, and it is almost half the spend. So I agree. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Director Ray.
I mostly agree, but I think that constructing 3 new schools is motivating for those 3 communities, whereas the first 2 says every community. So I'm not going to split hairs on that, but I think we need to be careful. We're excited about it for those communities that are going to get those new schools. But I think it's also what we have found with bond issues is it becomes problematic if not all of our communities are getting some kind of benefit from that, which kind of leads me into the plan for the 3 schools. I kind of came tonight struggling, but I appreciated Mr. Cosgrove's explanation about why those 3 schools, because I'm really concerned about the Parker region. I'm a Parker guy for a couple of reasons. One, certainly the Crowfoot Valley, seeing it take off, and Cobblestone, which although it has a Castle Rock address, it's kind of a Parker region issue. But I think the other data in that region that we need to really kind of resolve is the charter school versus non-charter schools in the Parker region. So for instance, if we approve another charter school in the Parker region, if we approve another Lehman school, we will have 9 charter schools and 12 non-charter schools in the Parker region, which really is lopsided. I think Superintendent Kane has mentioned publicly that really the ideal ratio is like that 75 to 25%, where in the Parker region we've got, if the Lehman is approved, it's more like almost half of the schools in Parker are charter and just 57% are non-charter. And so I think that's a factor that I'm kind of struggling with, to be honest with you, as we look at prioritizing which schools need to be built, because I think Parker really could use a neighborhood school, even more so than other regions, just because of that lopsidedness. Because when you do have that situation, just as we heard in Sterling Wrench, they were concerned about a charter going into that neighborhood because a charter does not necessarily provide choices for some kids that are significant needs, or kids that rely on their parents to drive them to school. And so we heard loud and clear from Sterling Ranch. It says we need a neighborhood school first, and then a charter. And I think even the Crowfoot Valley and Cobblestone, I think there's some similarities there in terms of us putting a charter in those neighborhoods first before we're able to build a non-charter school. So I'm just throwing that out. I don't know where I want to go with it, but I'm just giving that as a talking point of concern that I have. And when we look at data, we shouldn't just look at solely the capacity. We may want to also look at the configuration and the balance in the regions.
Yeah, and one thing, if I may, what I do appreciate, I agree with everything you say, Director Ray. We got to look at that balance and community need and request of the community. The one thing I do appreciate, without going too far down a rabbit hole, is some of the discussions that are ongoing now about if Cobblestone or other locations are chosen for Lehman, working with that school to do things like priority enrollment for the local geographic area, things like hosting a center-based program for special needs in the Lehman school to alleviate some of that pressure of their surrounding schools, and other things that we saw in superintendent updates that I think are maybe working on that dynamic a little bit to ameliorate it. But I do agree we have to look at the balance. That being said, I do appreciate the earlier questions from the board and the responses from the staff about, and I think it was your question, why were those 3 chosen among the others? And I'm happy to defer to staff on that. I think, they're making, we have to just make prioritized decisions. But yeah, I wondered, we have 5 as well, and we got to pick 3. We can't do them all. But again, back to a normalized bond, I think that message has to be clear as well. I think Director Meek said it, look, this has to be very focused on this, but we can't forget in this messaging to say, oh, by the way, we need to get back on a normalized bond cycle. That debt is essential for an enterprise this side, and we cannot ride these 10, 12-year gaps because it's bad all around. So I'd like to actually come back to Director Ray's comments. Director Hansen, having heard what Director Ray said, I was all on board, and I don't want to retract my praise for moving that up, but I do want to hear what Director Ray said, and actually I think that's a good point, and now I'm rethinking that. I just wonder where you are.
To make about this specific issue. So when I was serving as a liaison to the MBEC, when they did the polling, they did, one of the things that was discussed is that actually new schools did not poll as well as maintaining current schools. So while in theory, I agree, but that doesn't mean that's what resonates with the people that we polled, so.
I'm really excited about it, but I'll just make sure I read the whole paragraph before I vote yes.
So am I hearing that we're back to the original list?
It's fine, it's
Okay,
fine.
okay, so for Superintendent Kane, that's why we have discussions. So, but I get the intent. Other director comments or questions on the language? And Mr. Blair, if you could we also go to the next slide as well to just read thank you. That last paragraph, and shall the district be subject to an annual independent audit? Of course we will. Do we need to add anything else to that based on the comments? Or is that just locked in language about additional transparency or other things that we'll publish? And I'm thinking specifically of our committee recommendations. Is there something else we could or should add, or is that just making it further complicated?
We are not recommending that you add anything further or different, but I do want you to make note that this does assume that it is this board's intention to renew or extend the purview of the MBOC to a 2022. This sort of commits you to doing that. So a 2022 bond MLO through the Citizens Oversight Committee. So I do want to make sure to call that out. That came straight from the 2018 language.
Director Ray.
Superintendent Ken, you mentioned Blue Book, that there's some, we can take some liberty in the Blue Book to add some things, and I'm just thinking that's probably where we could add some things. And I think what was really meaningful tonight for me as well was just the impact that the 2018 MLO bond has had on our district. And I wish, in our ballot, we could start out with that by saying, this is what happened in the 2018, and guess what? We're ready to come back and have you even do some other, even greater things for this one. But I'm wondering, even at the Blue Book, if we could even summarize, in 2018, a MLO or bond was approved, and these were the things how it impacted our district. And now we're saying that we want to take it to the next step to even do a better job for kids. So I just think the Blue Book might be a place for us to spend some time thinking about.
Yeah. Interestingly, we can submit anything we want for the Blue Book. Unfortunately, so can anyone else. And it isn't fact-checked or anything along those lines. So those are all important things to know. But yes, we can definitely craft the commentary that we would submit to the Blue Book very carefully and very honestly to reflect all the amazing things that the impact this could have on our children.
Director Meek.
Yeah, since we're talking about the Blue Book, I think we get a chance to review what the other against argument is. Is that accurate? I'm just curious.
I'm only sharing what I was told by bond counsel, so at this point, since I don't have them here, I'm going to let you know that I'll have to get back to you.
Yeah, no worries. I do think the Blue Book is a very important strategy for us, where maybe we can't lead with the ballot language that it's not a mill levy increase, but we can lead in the Blue Book that without increasing mills, and really help people understand that there really isn't an increase in the mill rate that they would need to pay, and you would be able to do all of these things. Okay.
Other directors with comments on the language for 5B? Okay, so what I'm hearing is we've got some work and some further stuff to do on Blue Book and things, but it sounds, for guidance to the superintendent, it sounds like both 5A, 5B language as presented is what we would expect to see on the 23rd. Okay, go ahead, Director Hansen.
Will we have a chance to see the Blue Book language? Is this the final discussion on that? You know what, I'm just going to say, I want to bump into you about putting the 2018 information in. I think people that are dialed into the school district have that information, and people who aren't are going to read that and say, you just did this in 2018. Why would I vote yes today?
And maybe just to piggyback and get an answer from Superintendent Kane or maybe from the other board directors, do we believe obviously we have to vote on these two, the language for 5A and 5B. There's no vote required, in my understanding, on any blue book language, but it's something that you would want to present to the board for discussion and feedback, although there's no statutory requirement for us to vote on the blue book language, correct?
Yeah, that was going to be my comment, is that we can certainly bring proposed language that we could submit for the Blue Book back to the August 23rd meeting for us to all talk through a little bit, or certainly you'll have a chance to see and provide input in advance. As soon as, once this meeting is over, we also have a beautiful document that Communications has been working tirelessly on that essentially summarizes tonight's PowerPoint presentation into a beautiful booklet format that would be published on our website that will include the bond plan looking a little nicer than perhaps my spreadsheets. But, laid out in that by school format so that all of our taxpayers can see what you all will be considering specifically for the 23rd. And so we'll use that document to bounce off of to develop some proposed ballot language. And if I understood you all correctly, and President Peterson, I just want to make sure I understood correctly, it sounds like 5A language as presented, 5B language as presented, and then possibly you'd like to see a resolution for the Board of Education to approve the salary schedules and the flat increases in the event of a mill levy override passing, just to codify that piece of the mill levy override. Did I understand that correctly?
Absolutely. Director Meek?
Thank you.
So I wonder if in the resolution, we're encouraging other governmental agencies to support this and demonstrating that will help our economy, it will help our quality of life, blah, blah, blah. But basically, part of the resolution is encouraging others to endorse.
I think we can fold that in if it's
I have a question.
relative.
Yeah. Would that would be part of the resolution that you're thinking of passing on August 23rd? So just to give you some context, in 2018, at the end of August, you all passed the resolutions with the ballot language in particular. And then about a month later, you passed a resolution, this body passed a resolution in support of the bond mill levy override in general. We have been talking to the town councils, the city councils, and the county commissioners, and we have had a couple of the councils ask if we at the district would be willing to draft a resolution for them to consider as far as potentially passing support. And is that something that the Board of Education would like to be involved with? So I'd like a little guidance for staff on that front, because we do have some interest from our municipalities to do that.
Yeah, I think the sooner the better. I think having it ready immediately is really critical. I just watched the documentary 13 Lives. Have you guys seen it? How inspirational is it, right? So it's the Thai soccer team that was trapped in the cave, in the mine. Yeah, the underwater cave. And, 5,000 people come together and they rescue them. It's kind of like Apollo 13. It's very inspirational. So I feel like we have, this is a long shot. It's what everyone has said. The data says you can't do this. Well, I think we need to figure out the plan for how to make it work. And I think having a game plan ready to go and ready to move forward is essential. And so I think having that resolution ready, and I think having us talk through any other items that we should be discussing is also pretty important.
And if I may, Director Meek, two resolutions, one specifically that if it passes, we will adopt the schedules as published, and a separate resolution, because I think they are sufficiently different, supporting the bond and encouraging others.
And we, staff does already have a draft resolution that we are prepared to provide to our community boards, et cetera. And certainly if you would prefer that come before this board on August 23rd, we can do that. But I believe what I heard is let's get that out. That's why we drafted it already. Let's get that out as quickly as possible. But the theme of that resolution, just for your knowledge, is very much that we all, as a community, want Douglas County to be the most amazing place to live, work, play, and go to school. And we understand that we need to attract companies here. So it's really focusing on that economic engine component, Douglas County being a community where, funneling down to how this truly benefits every municipality, every part, every corner of our county. So that's the theme of what we have drafted.
I would use some of Danny Windsor's words from tonight. The future of Douglas County is in the school district right now. We are producing that future, whether it is nurses, future educators, construction, businessmen, whatever it is. And the investment we put into the district is an investment in Douglas County. So feel free to look at the recording and plagiarize some of Danny's stuff. It was excellent. Director Ray, then Director Myers.
And Superintendent Kane's exactly correct in terms of in 2018, we passed a resolution to endorse our 5A and 5B or 3A and 3B at one time. But I think what would be really slick is, since you already have the resolution to encourage other agencies to endorse, is when we have that resolution before us and we strategically pass it right before the ballots dropped, just as another big splash to say, the board voted 7-0 to support their 5A, 5B. But when the whereas statements, if we could put whereas the Board of County Commissioners support, whereas Castle Rock Town Council support, whereas the Sheriff's Department, I think that'd be really slick for us to have all the agencies that endorse and support in our resolution that we put out right before the ballots drop. So just a suggestion.
And if I could be so bold, it would be really, really helpful if all 7 of you are able to reach out to the people that you know on town councils and on city councils and on metro boards, which many of you have and are actively. So thank you for that, and help encourage how important this is for our entire community. And as soon as we have a draft of that resolution, which I have, but in the next day or so, we'll send it to you all. And if you want to reply to me individually with a little bit of feedback, we would love to take that. And then we'll start disseminating. Thank you very much.
Okay, just to bring us back into, we'll kind of cut off on the future. We're going to have a lot of stuff to do, but kind of one last call for directors. I think what you said, Superintendent Kane, was absolutely correct on language as written, A, B, plus the resolutions. And do you have any other questions for the board about prep for the 23rd as we know it today? Okay, thank you. Any other final comments on this item by the board before we move to the next item? Director, I'm sorry. You were after Director Ray. So Director Williams, or Myers, then Williams. Thank you, Director Myers.
I just had a quick question about the Blue Book, because you mentioned fact checkers. So who composes that piece? So I'm assuming, and I know from reading the Blue Book, there's kind of a pro and a con. So who will do the con piece?
As I understand it, anyone in the county can submit arguments for pro or con. And again, we'll get more information on that. Make sure we get it to you.
Okay, so just really quickly, it's just a comment, so there's no questions here, but to kind of piggyback off what Director Meek said and what we can do as a board moving forward. After hearing all of the presentation tonight given by the most amazing staff ever, and also all of our committees, I'm even more excited tonight than I was yesterday, and I was pretty excited yesterday about this. So I feel like all of us need to make the commitment to do anything that we can. And I know that I've beat that dead horse a lot, but we have all received an email from Krista Gilstrap, who is taking on this monumental task and starting moving forward with that. So I just would encourage, and my hope is that all board members can put in whatever we can, and recognizing that our abilities and constraints are different, but that we're doing what we can to help move this forward and educate the community, and do this for our teachers who help us with our kids, which are our greatest assets. So that's it.
Thank you, Director Williams. Any other directors? Okay, thank you, and we will move on to item number 8, which is Board of Education mission, vision, and end statements. This is scheduled for 20 minutes, and for folks that are still listening, we did have kind of a 3-part board retreat that started at the end of last school year. We met again on Saturday, and we did meet prior to this meeting for 2 hours to kind of discuss things. And one of the big themes that we talked about as a board together was policy governance and what that means as a governance model. And so in the spirit of that, I'd like to start as the president who sets the agenda and kind of go big to small. So today we're going to talk just about the mission and vision, just so the staff and our community and our students and everyone knows that the board is aligned. And that we agree to what our stated mission and vision is. And then what you can expect throughout the fall is us to start visiting our ends. So next month, we'll probably start with the first end, academic excellence, and we will just go through and revalidate as a board our commitments to those ends, maybe make some small adjustments, tweaks, but from what I heard during the retreats, this board and individual members are not looking for massive sweeping changes in things, just to fine tune, continuously improve, and to make sure that we are agreed to what it is this district does at this strategic policy governance level. The other thing I think that'll do, and this will be the follow-on thing, is as we're validating our mission, our vision, our ends, that allows us to put accountability metrics in there, monitoring reports for the superintendent that will flow through the board so that the community can hold our superintendent and this board accountable to achieving those ends as we go forward. So big picture, strategic items, and tonight we are going to limit ourselves to mission and vision. So Mr. Blair, if you will pull the next slide up. This is our current mission and our current vision. And this is one of the few things where I personally have think we can make a change to it that I've vocalized before. But I'll open it up right now to our directors for comments on mission, vision, and if they think we need to make any tweaks, changes, rewords, or updates to either of those. I'll start with Director Ray.
All right. So I had just a little bit of a different understanding from our retreat,
okay.
Director Peterson, in that we really were committing to no changes with mission and vision in our end statements because we've already calibrated everything to these up to this point. Even Superintendent Kane, when she talks about her goals, it's all calibrated to our end statements. I do think there's great work to be done to review with our community and with stakeholder engagement these statements to see if they're still accurate, they're still representative of who we are. But I thought we kind of talked at the retreat that if we start opening this up to making small revisions, we kind of open up this can of worms of really trying to tweak a lot of language that probably we don't want to spend a lot of time on because we've got an MLO and a bond to consider, and that's our focus right now. So I would just advocate that we kind of give the head nod to say, yep, that's good. That's the stuff we are still focused on for this year, and there's a commitment maybe for us to review that as a task for next year, just to give our staff a break too, because they're all calibrated to this language as well. So that's kind of where I land on looking at revisions. So
yeah, and just to be clear, I don't plan personally, and I can only speak as one director, looking at our 5 ends. I don't have anything but commitment to those. There is one thing that I've spoken up previously about that I do want to change, and it is in the mission and the vision. And really what it's doing is taking one of the sub-bullets from our first ends, academic excellence, which is already in the ends, and just elevating it up to the mission vision statement. And it's really about our students and our family with special needs. My specific recommendation is I love the mission. It could not be more clear and concise. And it's something we've anchored a lot of stuff to and talked to. And I think really when we talk bond and MLO, that's it. It's achieving that mission, individual potential for all of our students. It's that second one in the vision, and I think our vision's kind of our mission as well, but I'm not going to mess with that. But we have those three pathways, we call them. The post-secondary education, going on to college, direct entry into the workforce, the career track, and we have the military service track. And what I think is deserving of this district, and I think it's a long time overdue, is creating a fourth peer track to accompany those three. And it's really around independent living for our students with disabilities. Because what we're really talking about in that second paragraph is preparing kids for what's next for them. And they have a lot of choice in this. But being the father of a daughter with special needs and having walked this path and hearing from so many in our community, giving it that extra emphasis to make it a peer track, because what our kids accomplish or what they don't accomplish, especially in the area of our kids that have everything from mild, moderate to severe special needs, what they accomplish or don't accomplish during their time with us in the district, and they can stay with us to 21 through the Bridge program, really determines the quality of life. And the message that I am intending to send by making it a peer track to our superintendent, the district leadership, and on down is, it is so important, and we recognize that we can do some things in terms of capital, in terms of programmatics, in terms of experience, and that we as the board are so committed to this community that we want to give them the mandate to do whatever it takes in terms of programs, funding, resources to improve that experience in this district. I mean, we had the Andrew F. case, how many years ago? And I think if you were to ask the families since that time, what do you think of the experience? I think it could be better. And that is not a slight on all the excellent staff that we have. My wife worked as an EA for effective needs kids. It is probably one of the toughest jobs in this district. And I just think we need to give it the peer recognition along with those other three pathways. And again, it is moving it up. It is a bullet under N1, but I would like to see it enshrined at this level. So I promise I won't mess with any of the RNs significantly. But this is the one thing I think we really need to do at the highest strategic level as a board, is set that bar as high as possible for our staff to tell them that we will support what they need to do. Comments?
Sure.
Sure.
Have some. I 100% agree with you, Director Peterson, and I guess to me it's the tweaking of like you said, probably our mission and vision should be together. I mean, I think there's some work to be done with this particular statement. I mean, I'm not going to get in your way. If it's absolutely your passion to make sure that happens today, I will understand that. But I just think we open up a box that says, your passion, my passion is students with special needs. There may be someone else that has a passion for a different type of student or a different profile of a child that also says, well, that's not reflected, my child's not reflected in this statement either. And I think that's the good conversation we need to have with our community to say, does this represent who we are? And like you said, are all the paths represented that can be possibly represented? You're right. Right now, it appears that independent living is not necessarily a path that's included, although I would say, society kind of speaks to that. But you're right. Our end statement clearly says when we want to graduate students with content and cultural knowledge, workforce readiness, interpersonal skills, civic responsibility, global awareness, independent living, and an understanding of the essentials for health and wellness. So we have that in our end statement. But my concern is process always, I want us to take time and do it well and not just kind of piecemeal it together because you and I have a passion. I want us to be able to say, this is the work that we need to do with our community to really set a new direction. Superintendent Kane may also want to use this as an opportunity to launch an updated strategic plan. I mean, there's a lot of great work that can be done, visioning, and missioning and strategic plan, and I just want to be careful that we don't sell ourselves short of that opportunity by just kind of tweaking stuff.
Yeah, although I will say relative to the strategic framework, because you just brought it up, I think, and maybe we'll have Superintendent Kane comment, I think for 4 years now, going on 5 years, I think it was 2018 last time we did the framework, if that's correct. And so we probably are due for at least a validation or a slight refresh, which can't occur, in my mind, until we at least go through and at least commit to revalidate and walk through these. Again, I know it's a bit of a wrench, I understand, and I acknowledge what you're saying, but I would like to tonight at least start that conversation in the community. I'm not even saying we have to vote on this on the 23rd and we're going to change our mission and vision on the 23rd, but I would like tonight to start that conversation and solicit input, especially input from our families that have special needs, but also, like you said, maybe we're missing something else, but the specific ask I'd like to start tonight is, I think we need a fourth track. I think we need to start soliciting as a district and as a board, stakeholders that believe that, get their input and start moving this forward, because I don't think we need to vote on it in 2 weeks, but I'd like to start the conversation tonight, and maybe if we get enough input, we can consider changing that at some point without being disruptive. But I want to know that that community is heard, not just by me as someone that represents and has done a lot off the board working for those things, but I think I've heard that this is a shared commitment by all 7 members. So I'd just like to start the conversation tonight, and I think it's really important. Director Meek.
This sounds like a great opportunity for us to have community engagement, which I think we've been talking about for a while, and that could be a key question that we're asking for input from our community, and that's board-led, right? And it can fit kind of nicely into educating our community around who we are, our vision, our mission, our needs, and everything, the bond, the MLO. And I mean, one of the pitfalls is changing a mission or vision without doing that kind of process, right? Without soliciting. And so this sounds like a great question to be asking our community and to be engaging others. And this and a strategic plan should be a reflection of what the community wants of its public schools. And so we can link with the community, we can receive input, and have a very deliberate process that will take a while, but it actually could fit really nicely into the outreach we should be doing anyway.
And I know that you personally presented to this board a community engagement plan. Now, I also know we have, sitting in the back of our room, we filled a position around community engagement things. So what I would like to ask from the superintendent informally is if, I think we can at least start queuing up a couple of topics, bond MLO being a very obvious one for this fall. And if we can include this piece in there, elevation of the special needs requirements and mission, I think we can maybe start scheduling and working those in. By the way, I love Director Ray's earlier suggestion, or it was previous practice. Let's get some meet and greets, 2 directors out at a time, coffee shop, whatever, and put a topic on there, and or deliver community outreach. But let's maybe get that started as a board. And I'm talking not community outreach from the district, community outreach from the board.
Yes, so not delegating it to staff, but us actually owning that process.
I was going to offer that if you all decide on maybe a couple of board members to work on this project, for example, we certainly would be happy to offer support in terms of, having Director Roush work with those couple of folks that maybe the board decides is going to work on this as a project. That way, what staff can do to support that community engagement is a piece. So I'm happy to offer that up.
Director Hansen.
Just to help me understand the scope of what we're discussing, how does our leadership use our vision statement? And you can be honest, I'm not expecting you to be John Maxwell, but I'm really curious how, what impact it would have if we made a change to the vision statement when something like independent living is already included in our end statements.
I would say that leadership, at least from my standpoint, does use the vision, the mission vision to be our overarching umbrella that drives the work that we do. And of course, the end statements just breaks it down and lays out a lot of the more detailed ends expectations, but it does definitely drive priorities. And the vision mission is higher level than those end statements. So Director Hansen, if your question is what impact might it have in terms of staff's work to put, for example, something around life skills in there, without sitting down with my staff and fleshing that out, I can't tell you specifically, but it would certainly elevate that as a pathway, for example, as we look at what we lay out as our very specific pathways for students. And again, that is laid out in an end statement already, but it would elevate it. So that's the impact it would have for staff.
I actually think it would be really helpful as we're talking about this. I think the community feedback piece is important, but I also think the conversation with staff that you just mentioned would be really helpful for me. I mean, obviously, what an amazing opportunity to be able to offer. I would love to be able to elevate that, but I want to make sure I fully understand how it rolls down and what that would look like. So any information that could come from staff would be really beneficial.
And Director Meek, if I could, I think community outreach and this thing is a huge passion of yours. If I could, I've gotten the sense. If I could ask you to lead this effort for the board, because I know you've already done a lot of previous work and had some previous ideas, but if you can kind of formalize it and help it, I would appreciate it.
That sounds great.
Thank you. Any other comments on the mission vision tonight other than to commit to at least everything we have there as our primary reason for existing as a school district?
Just a quick afterthought, Director Peterson, not an afterthought, but just one thing that concerns me in the way this vision statement is structured is just how we have characterized it tonight, a track. It's kind of like the assumption is, well, if you're a student with special needs, you have to do the independent living track and not the post-secondary, And so I don't like how this is structured anyway, that assumes that we're kind of putting kids in track. So that's where I would like to do some really deep work on just how we make the statement so it doesn't assume that we're tracking kids in a pathway that isn't flexible enough for all kids to say, yeah, I could go to the military, maybe I'll change my mind and go into a career. I mean, I just think we need to be careful that we don't talk about tracking students, is my only kind of other statement I didn't make, that I'm kind of opposed to some of how this is written.
No, I think it's good. This shouldn't be an or, this is an and an inclusive. I mean, even our CTE and CE offerings overlap. Think of our nursing program, right? That's a dual threat there. Same thing, and you think about independent living. We're looking at things like TACT, right? For teaching construction skills to students. I'm very proud to say my daughter just got her first job offer. Is working part-time, and that is a massive milestone. And I'm not talking about the one that graduated from DU. I'm talking about my daughter with some special needs, and that is an incredible milestone. So you're right, independent living is not in its box and certainly not box out other options for our students. So that's an excellent thing. So you're right, this isn't a quick tack on a sentence and check a box and move forward. This needs to be engagement, it needs to be thoughtful, and it needs to be done right, just like the bond, right? It needs some due diligence. Thank you. Director Williams.
So actually, just a question for Director Meek. Would it be helpful to have two directors working on it as opposed to just one?
I always take offers of help. So if anyone would like to volunteer, that would be amazing.
Did I just hear you
Well,
volunteer?
How did that happen? Yeah, I'll help.
Thank you, Director Williams and Director Meek. Any other comments or questions around mission vision? Okay, thank you. And then we will move to item number 9, monitoring reports and superintendent goals. So turning it back over to the superintendent for her presentation.
I have a full battery and everything. Okay, I promise I will not overrun this one, President Peterson, like I overran the last one. So in working in conjunction with my whole cabinet, and a particular thanks to Chief Learning Officer Matt Reynolds, who is sitting here to help, thank you very much. We've developed both superintendent goals and a monitoring report proposed schedule based on the ends as they are currently conceived. And so just to go through in looking at proposed goals, so I was asked to put together some proposed goals, but of course, to get your feedback and guidance on what those would be. I started just real briefly with a reflection on the entry plan and what that looked like. I won't go through all of these. These were really more for your information and for my own reflection as I went through them, but these were my entry plan priorities coming in at the beginning of April. And going through outreach and listening, bridging, working to bridge the community divide, establishing climate and culture, preparing for a potential bond MLO initiative, and developing future priorities. So in each of those objectives, they've either been met or they are ongoing. I don't know that you ever get to meet something like Unite the Community, but it's an ongoing effort. And the actions and timelines are just sort of checked off as those things were able to take place. And so in looking forward, in terms of proposed goals, this is the relevant section from the superintendent contract that states that we'll work together to come up with proposed goals and that those goals will happen by the end of October, I believe. So here's my proposed goals, and so certainly I'm looking for your feedback and your input. Goal 1, academic achievement and growth. Goal 2, climate and culture. Goal 3, the MLO bond groundwork and execution. Goal 4 is around the board's resolution on equity. So goal 1, to improve academic achievement and growth for students over time. And so the objective, the actions that I would take along those lines would be establishing system-wide priorities, which we are working on to promote student success and make sure that we reinforce those priorities and provide support systems, aligning support and resources with those priorities, and actively monitor the implementation and results, in particular of our core reading programs. So the priorities that I've been communicating to the system have been dovetailed from priorities that have been previously communicated to the system. So around literacy, essential skills under the Colorado academic standards, which include perseverance, resiliency, civic mindedness, collaboration, communication, all of those great things, along with a focus on pathways, making sure we have a pathway to success for all of our kids. And suddenly the final goal is completely escaping me. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Data-driven professional learning communities. See, we've all. But we developed those goals to align with academic achievement and growth for all of our students. Goal 2 would be around climate and culture. And we had some of these conversations, I think, even just in our norming session that we had at 3 o'clock this afternoon, just really talking about how important it is to explicitly talk about how we treat each other, presuming positive intent, the importance of having conversations where we don't agree without being disrespectful, and making sure that we're listening to each other and seeking to understand, and all of those values. So Along those lines, the objective would be to create and foster a work environment that will increase employee satisfaction and reduce turnover. And we would do that through introducing system-wide climate and culture norms, consistently promote organization-wide practices around those norms through expectations for leadership and through personal conduct. Following board policy regarding the chain of communication for staff, parents, and community grievances. So building trust throughout our system by making sure that we are trusting every individual in our system to handle at their level whatever grievance is coming up before it's escalated over their heads. Offering open forums to employees and being willing to listen and compile updated feedbacks. Demonstrate transparent communication, communicate honestly and regularly with staff, parents, and community, clearly communicating challenges and how they're being addressed, and continue to work to improve turnover. Understanding, of course, that without an MLO, competitive pay is not something that is in our control, but doing everything that we can to make sure that our employees want to stay here and work in Douglas County School District and feel great about their climate and culture and like they belong with us here in this district. So along these lines of climate and culture, we have discussed climate and culture norms with our system to include presuming positive intent, exuding and expecting optimism, creating a culture of safe mistakes. So making sure that we understand that we are all human and we all make mistakes and we're not trying to do gotchas, but we're really trying to fail forward and make sure that we learn from our mistakes, learn and own them. But if we don't have a community that is willing to make mistakes, we'll never be able to achieve greatness because people have to be willing to take risks and feel like it is safe to do that. So that climate of safe mistakes is really important. So we've communicated these norms out to the system and we'll continue to have those be a theme as we continue along through the school year. And then as far as I do want to make sure that part of this, as mentioned up here, is offering open feedback to our employees and making sure that I am doing town halls with our staff. And that I am giving leaders and different staff members opportunities to interact and provide feedback in person, virtually, whatever kinds of ways that I can. And along those lines, even in the last few months, I've spent time with our entire custodial staff. I've spent time with our entire transportation staff, making sure that I'm just able to take questions and answer questions from all of our different employee classifications. I went to all the athletic director meetings, assistant principals, library. I'm hitting the librarian soon. So just being able to continue to engage with groups of employees, not even in so much of a, I have an agenda for you kind of way, but more in a, I'm here, this is what my team and I are working on. What questions and feedback do you have for us and for me? So really making myself available is definitely part of this climate and culture goal. Goal number 3 is around the bond MLO. So developing messaging around our funding challenges and needs, developing and executing a comprehensive funding communication and outreach plan. A lot of these things are being done or have been done or we're continuing to do. Making sure that we're educating our community, making sure we have a transparent and clear spending plan for a potential bond and mill levy override, creating financial plans for scenarios where funding passes, as well as scenarios where funding does not pass. Should the funding pass in '22, make sure that we execute the passage of that funding per the plans and per the commitments that the Board of Education has made. Should the funding not pass in 2022, make sure that if this is what the Board of Education wants, which I think you have all talked about, make sure that we continue to lay that groundwork and continue to push forward, looking at a potential 2023. So this goal is around both groundwork and execution, whatever that takes and whatever that looks like. And then finally, the equity resolution response and recommendations. So responding to the resolution that the Board of Education put in place in January 2022. My staff and I, that's a presentation that you get to hear from me next. But we want to make sure that we do this really well and really thoughtfully with a lot of feedback from our community, from our staff. And so working on that, continuing, of course, to do the work of providing every student in our system with the educational foundation that allows them to reach their individual potential, and continuing the work to make sure that our kids feel valued and like they belong, but while presenting the Board of Education with a plan around educational equity and around the resolution, and then going and collecting the feedback and executing that plan, ending in a recommendation or a series of recommendations to the Board of Education. And this is a mapping of the 4 proposed goals with the Board of Education end statements, as well as the current strategic plan themes as the strategic plan lays right now. As Director Ray said, once the Board of Education is able to engage in a process that allows you all to revisit your ends with your community, once those are settled out, at that point, staff can engage in the process of updating our strategic plan. So this is how those particular goals would align with the strategic plan themes. And then right kind of coupled or dovetailed with this are proposed monitoring reports. So under policy governance, of course, there are superintendent monitoring reports. And so we've broken out each one of the 5 ends that, again, as they're written today, and put them on a schedule for when we would deliver a monitoring report to the Board of Education around those ends. And then the subsequent slides outline indicators for each one of those monitoring reports to look at the achievement of each of those ends. And so you can see the indicators here for academic excellence, financial well-being, collaborative parent, family, and community relations. And again, the indicators that we would report as part of that monitoring report. Outstanding educators and staff with the indicators. And then finally, the safe, positive climate and culture with the indicators. It's been a while since we've really had a formal monitoring report process in place in our school district. So this is a suggestion to kind of get us started on that track. And then as we go and as we're delivering monitoring reports, I think the Board of Education can give feedback and help us figure out how we need to refine the monitoring reports or what your different needs are as far as what you want to see from monitoring. But it is at least a structure to be able to get us kind of started on this path of these monitoring reports. So that was a whole lot of information kind of all at once. And certainly it should be a collaborative process. So this was my first attempt at a proposal. So with that, I would be happy to take questions and
Questions
feedback.
from directors? Director Meek.
I didn't want to have to go first. Thank you. This is a great start. So some initial thoughts. I'd love to see elevating student voice somewhere, and and maybe it fits within some of these proposed goals that you have. Attending the Equity Advisory Committee meetings and listening to the student representative on the committee, multiple times she has said, I need more students, like we need more student voice on this committee. And I don't want to make this about that committee, but elevating student voice and ensuring, we're hearing them. And I know we have the student advisory group that we work with, and we hear from them. And they come in and they present their ideas to us at the end of the year. But to me, I think a lot about how do we elevate student voice? And I think it fits really nicely probably within these areas. So maybe it's some strategies that could be added or tactics added within some of the goals. And I'm always thinking of elevating teacher voice as well. I think student voice and teacher voice are probably the two groups that I feel like we don't necessarily have a system in place to hear from as much as I think we should, speaking as one board member. So that's my thinking around that. On the monitoring reports, thank you for getting that started. I think what's missing is the executive limitation monitoring, but I also think a lot of the executive limitation monitoring overlaps some of the ends, and maybe as we look at each of those ends, we can identify if there's something not being addressed that maybe needs to be addressed.
We did actually look at the executive limitations and the ends in the development of these monitoring reports, because you're right, there is a whole lot of overlap, but it is work that we want to continue to do. So the idea was to get us in a good spot to, as you say, get started, but we definitely worked on how those executive limitations map in as well.
Other directors? Director Ray?
Yeah, I think the initial outline, Superintendent Kane, is great. Loved seeing the indicators on the monitoring reports, especially. I think that's an improvement from certainly where we were before. We have made many running starts with these monitoring reports, and I think sometimes we've had some good efforts in terms of an example. But this is great. The surprising thing is that although I don't have as near as much blue preference in my brain as Mr. Reynolds, one of the things that I look for are metrics. How do we measure these goals? Because I think sometimes what happens with goals is we kind of do more of an activity approach to say, if I do this activity, check, check, check. What we really, I think, what I need as one director is, what's our current status and how do we know we got better? Is always the question I have for any time we evaluate, whether it's our ends, whether it's your goals. And so I guess that's the question I have in a lot of your goal statements is, what will the metric be? So when you talk about, for instance, the priorities for promoting student success, once you have those priorities, what's the current status of that priority? And then what's the metric you're going to measure to show that that priority for student success improved under your leadership? Does that make sense?
Yes, it absolutely does. So you'll notice there's a dovetailing between the proposed goals and the monitoring reports of the ends. So, for example, on the goal 1 around academic achievement, right, that the indicators that are under academic achievement monitoring are used to be able to track that and then can map back to that goal. Likewise with climate and culture.
And that's really, policy governance says that it's the ends that we evaluate you with. And so we're kind of making you do double duty because you're setting these personal goals, and then we also have the ends. Yeah. But I agree. I think if we can take those monitoring reports and dovetail them into your goal statements, because I think your goal priorities are right on exactly what we have done in the past and want to continue. But I think if there's a way to merge those more obviously, so that each of your goal statements has those metrics, just so that it's very easy to say, yep, she met that. So I'm just going to look through. So that's one thing the reaction I had with your first goal, culture and climate, kind of same kind of things in terms of, we have TLCC survey data. I think Amanda mentioned that. We got, do we use our employee council to generate a staff climate survey so you can get some baseline data again about how are people feeling right now and have we moved the needle to a better place?
We do, on climate and culture, we do have some baseline survey through the TLCC survey, and we can request to do an off-year administration of the TLCC survey, which is what we have talked about.
Great.
In my big dreams, I'd love to have some, Mr. Reynolds and I have talked about having surveys that are specific to our district in order to gather consistent data year after year. But that developing those surveys alone is a very, very big project, but it is something that we have talked about. I don't know if you want to add anything to that answer, Mr. Reynolds. You are welcome to. He's the data guy.
They say you heard data.
Yeah, raced up here. I'm more willing to talk about this than the previous topic. 100% sure. I'm glad I have colleagues to speak to the other side. So in thinking about the conversations, these two conversations really dovetail. The previous conversation that you all had, talking about your mission, vision, and ends, really dovetail into this conversation. So they do bleed across. So if we are going to do something like a survey, your ends are the driving force to the monitoring reports that are going to inform the goals. And so as you all are thinking of revisions to the goals, that would obviously be something that we'd want to incorporate as an instrument, that's the backbone of the instrument that we use for climate and culture, and would be reflective of what your end statements are. So that's part of the work, knowing full well of looking at the agenda and seeing that you guys are having the conversation of ends. That's going to be something that we'll obviously as staff monitor.
Well, and as one director, I mean, just to simplify things, Superintendent King, I would be fine for us to merge, you know, the ends with your superintendent goals. So if our end is academic excellence, that underneath their superintendent goal, you know, I mean, I don't like the fact that we're we're making you do two-dimensional ways of evaluating your performance. So I just think if there's a way to merge it and really bring in the metrics with your goals, I think it just makes really good sense to me. So.
Yeah, and Director Ray is stealing my comments. I like the mapping, but from a board perspective, I'd like to see the ends, then the goals, then all the way down to the indicators, because I think it makes more sense to us in our evaluation and oversight things. So just, I know from your perspective, of course, the goals make sense to go first, but I'd like to see that rearranging and that mapping. I do like, however, when I look at the indicators at the most granular level, some of them are just pretty objective. Accreditation rating, that's, you know, academic achievement, academic growth, graduation rate. Some of these are actually very objective, which I like because it is a KPI, right? And it's not maybe kind of like the number is the number. With my emergenetics profile, I like that, like Mr. Reynolds. It's very, but I do agree we need a nice mix for the more abstract things. We do need baselines and surveys and some things, and we can help you with that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, I was going to finish on goal 2 with culture and climate. I love what you talked about with providing some feedback loops and how do we formalize those loops so they're ongoing. Because I think it's also something that we have really advocated for some time, just as Director Meek said, to really be able to elevate that student voice and employee voice. We need those formalized feedback loops. Even, I know Ms. Hyatt will hate that I say this term, but even a 360 is something that you know, we have used in the past that I think is we may differ, but I think it's a fascinating tool for you, Superintendent Kane, to have to be able to get that kind of feedback to evaluate and reflect on your leadership. And so I think any kind of feedback loops that we can formalize underneath that culture and climate and have some baseline data to really track would be what I would strongly recommend. So,
Director Meek.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the SMART goals, right? So those measurable. The district used to do surveys every year for students, community, employees. If you need those, I have access. I can give you those old ones if it's helpful as a starting point, but you know, having that trend data is so important. And I know all of that data was used in the past monitoring reports with treatment of community and treatment of students and all of that. So I think you have to do those kinds of surveys to measure some of those areas. And so if you need old surveys, I'm happy to give those to you if that's helpful.
Certainly that has been the practice and the organization that I ran before, was having those consistent staff, student, parent, community surveys that went back, 16 years, so that we had all that trend line information. And I know we did this in this district. Matt and I looked back, and the last time we could find monitoring reports that were formalized for the district, I believe, was in 2007. So it's been quite a while. So we would like to very much think about how to develop an instrument, but and we'd love the feedback of past instruments, but I think we need to develop an instrument based on the board ends as they are today. And looking at that, going forward in future years, there's just no way to scramble it together to get baseline data tomorrow.
Yeah, and all that I would say is, even in those old reports, I think there was a lot of what they'd call wing flaps, just counting, right?
Oh.
And it wasn't really strategic necessarily in nature. Like, our goal is to hit this specific target, and this is where we are, and So anyway, I don't think we want to go back to how it was done before necessarily, because I don't think the goal is to just put out data. It needs to be information.
Exactly.
To comment on that, some of the things that aren't so great, the wing flaps, anytime we see the word training, just because we conducted training doesn't mean we moved the needle. So just saying we did training, that's a wing flap to me. Maybe things like under safety, security, mental health, maybe there's other metrics we can look at that actually show a movement. So, Director Wright, go ahead.
I was going to just say, we do have some recent examples of monitoring reports that Cabinet did.
Yeah.
So, and there were some, I think, some successful ones. I can think of the gifted and talented monitoring report that was done well. Matt, or Mr. Reynolds has done one on student achievement, I think, that we did. And so there's some couple of recent examples so that we can reference. The other thing, I know on this culture and climate, you bulleted that notion of this turnover issue may be out of my control because of the MLO, or whether the MLO gets passed or not. I totally agree with that statement, but I think there's ways we can look at turnover that we haven't really looked at before. Yeah. I love your superintendent updates that you've had, where you give us just a quick monthly update about, here's how many people have left, and here's, and this is compared to last year. I think that's a great way, but I think we also have those exit surveys that HR does that we can really drill down and see very quickly, did they leave because of pay? Did they
Correct.
leave because their husband relocated or wife relocated? Yeah. There's reasons that we can track.
Absolutely.
Why that turnover is happening. So
that's why we didn't shy away from including turnover.
Yeah.
Because so the asterisk was about an overall turnover number, but we do, and I have access to, we do have that exit data as far as what their stated reason is for leaving.
Great, yeah. Good.
My last question, I guess, would be, what are the next steps schedule-wise this is excellent starting point, but what's the next step for us as a board relative to the goals in the monitoring reports?
So we would put together the monitoring reports in particular, and then if you would like the goals under the monitoring reports, we can do it that way. We would just put together a single document with all of these indicators and the goals under the monitoring reports and include it in your consent agenda for August 23rd, or if you want to have another discussion on August 23rd, we can. Whatever you all would want. Under the contract, we do have to have goals codified by the end of October, so we're well ahead of schedule, but at least, and please know that, from a staff standpoint, as we go through each monitoring report, for example, and we see what that really looks like and we talk through it, we'll take feedback on, gosh, next time it would be nice to have this additional detail or whatever, so we can refine as we go. But my recommendation would be that we at least get a beginning structure in place so that we're not spinning our wheels for longer than is necessary. At least we can get started and see how it goes. And the board can see if they're getting what they want or if they want to ask for more information.
And just to be clear, I think we were asking for the goals to be put under the ends.
Yes, my apologies. Each monitoring report
I mean,
represents an
yes.
end. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right,
Got
yes.
it. The ends is the primary and then build it
Correct.
down from the
Yeah.
ends. Okay, and my personal opinion on that is we don't want to, pun intended, be constantly moving the goalposts on you. And I think the earlier we can get something locked in and approved, then it gives yourself, the staff, everyone, then some certainty of what you're shooting for. And I would actually advocate that we do this earlier. So I think the 23rd is good with me if you have the time to finalize that and if that's agreeable to the rest of the board.
For the sake of staff, I mean, they've got such a big.
They got a
big
lot of
agenda.
stuff.
I mean, I'd prefer for superintendent came to come back with goals in September, quite honestly, just because we're still well ahead of the game. Because August 23rd sounding like tonight's meeting where we're gonna be, yeah, it's pretty big. So, and give them a break because she's focused on, rightfully so, on getting the bond and MLO ballot language to prove. So that'd be my suggestion.
Your thoughts on that? Is there a preference? Would September help the staff without delaying it too much?
It's from tonight's conversation, it sounds like we're in a pretty good place as far as what you all are looking for. So from our standpoint, it's just putting it into a document. But if you want to wait till September because you'd like to have further discussion on it, that is entirely fine. But from our standpoint, we've already got it put together. We just need to reformat it a little bit. So it's entirely at your discretion.
Director Meek.
So my one concern is we don't have the ELs necessarily outlined. And I wonder if just with the schedule that you do, if it overlaps with one of the ends, you put the EL that probably applies, but kind of cross-reference, because I don't know if emergency succession really fits anywhere, right? So I'd just like to make sure that there aren't executive limitations that are not being addressed.
We've had executive limitation. We had emergency succession in here, and then we took it out, and then we put it in. It is going to be on the agenda for August 23rd regardless, the emergency succession executive limitation. And we do already have a mapping between these monitoring reports and executive limitations. So that is something we could deliver.
So that was really my one concern, is just making sure we do have a schedule that hits everything.
Yeah.
And so, okay.
So we have agenda planning on Thursday. If you'd like to run it back by your staff, and if you think that it's not a lot of work for the 23rd, we can plan it for the 23rd. If you come back on agenda planning and say, hey, we just want a little more time, then we'll consider for September. So we'll leave it to you to take to your staff and give us a recommendation on agenda planning.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Ray.
Just a couple other feedback, if I may. I think you were asking for our feedback to make this a collaborative process, but I got up to goal 2. So goal 3, with the bond and MLO groundwork and execution, I'm wondering if what I'd like to be able to do is capture the great work that you do to establish the groundwork. And one of the things I know, in terms of advocating with the different agencies, whether it's the Board of County Commissioners or the Town Council. So I'm just wondering if there might be a statement in there just, some around securing endorsements from community leadership, that might be a way for us to celebrate the groundwork that you're laying, because I know you're doing some good work in that area. So that was just one thought I had. And that's everything from the Board of County Commissioner, Town Councils, Economic Council, Planning Commissions, law enforcement agencies, faith-based leaders. I kind of listed all the things that I think you're gonna probably be working towards as well. So just wanted to capture that in that goal statement. Is that okay?
Yes, and certainly we will be working towards those things, although I think of that, especially town councils, elected officials, as being a collaborative process that's the Board of Education directors and myself working towards that, working towards getting endorsements from your fellow elected officials. So I want to be careful that I stay in my own lane as well.
Sure, that makes sense. Agree with that. And then on the equity resolution response and recommendations, I know we'll talk more about this in another agenda item around the work towards the response to the individual excellence resolution.
Individual excellence and inclusion.
Thank you, yeah, lots of words there. Preciseness of language though, so goal 4 says equity resolution response. We don't have an equity resolution, we have an educational equity policy, right? We have what all those words are that Director Peterson just used, that's the resolution. So one of the things I would suggest is that we get precise, because I think
Fair.
the word equity just kind of triggers people right away, but it's educational equity
is.
policy.
And my next charts have that laid out very well. I ran out of room in the green box, but you're 100%. I just ran out of room, but you're 100%. That is a very good point. Thank you.
And then this kind of leads into the discussion we'll have about that particular project for you, but I'm concerned about the notion around creating a regulatory policy around the educational equity policy. And so what I'm going to talk about is I think the resolution puts you in a really difficult spot because we're asking you to do our work. Our work is to create policy. Our work is to modify, delete, whatever. And so I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in the next agenda item, and that may impact this goal. So I'm just going to kind of bookmark that a little bit to say, I think there's some ways for us to relook at the work we're asking you to do so that you're not doing our work as a policy person. So I'll yield the floor for now until we get to that item, but I'd just like to bookmark that there may be some revisions based on that discussion we have around the educational equity policy.
Other directors? Okay, thank you, Superintendent Kane. Almost through. We've got board committee areas of focus discussion. Okay, and 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll do recess for 5 minutes and we will start back up at 20 up. Thank you. And we are moving to the board committee areas of focus discussion. And this is something that we do, every year. Just a very quick recap. Board of Education does the what and the why in terms of policy. Superintendent and staff determine the how. And we have the 6 committees listed up there, realizing the note on the MBEC, Mill Bond Exploratory Committee, via what is in the policy governance book, has actually sunset and disbanded. If we wanted to reestablish that in the future, we will have to vote as a group to reestablish a new MBEC at some point in the future. So really, I'm sorry, MBEC.
MBOC is what we need, is sunsets, MBOC, B-O-C.
Yep. Well, MBEC has sunset is my point. It already passed. It's already done. We are going to have to re-up in MBOC in the future now, but currently the MBEC has already sunset. So we don't need to give any guidance, is what I'm getting at, to the MBEC at this time. We will have to stand up a future MBOC after the other one. This is right out of GP 1.6. We have to create our committees. They come from a charge with the board. Those are in the policy under 1.7. They're there to support us as a board, not to help or advise the staff. Board committees may not speak or act for the board except when formally given such authority. And then when fulfilling his or her charge from the board liaison may reasonably interpret relative government policies and relevant specific board decisions. So that's why we have liaisons to all our committees, to try to give guidance to our committees and help them interpret intent. Board committees cannot exercise authority over the staff. Again, they support us. Board committees are to avoid over-identification with organizational parts rather than the whole. Therefore, the board committee that has helped the board create policy on topic will not usually be used to monitor performance on the same. And then, unless legally required, committees will be used sparingly and ordinarily in an ad hoc capacity. So again, that goes into the charge, which is already in 1.7. Just moving on to keep this going, we have the District Accountability Committee as a recap. They collect feedback from the school accountability committees and then are the conduit to the board up from the SACs. And this is a statutory requirement to have here in Colorado. They meet monthly throughout the year, make recommendations to the board regarding spending, charter school applications, and a variety of other things. Fiscal oversight is to assist the board in fulfilling its fiscal oversight responsibilities, the deceptively named Fiscal Oversight Committee. And included in their responsibilities are info gathering, fact finding, and making recommendations, as we heard, in the areas of budget, accounting, audit, and financial reporting, banking, to include commercial and investment, and then other fiscal matters. So we may, as the example is given here, ask them to comment on legislation or policies that may affect the district. LRPC, study school sites, boundaries, capacity needs. Obviously, they produce the wonderful master capital plan, which we all have sitting on our desk as well. And then finally, the Mill Bond Oversight Committee, which we heard from tonight, and I don't think we need to recap that because we just got a whole presentation on what they do. And then finally, we have the Student Advisory Group, which is, again, that student voice and an opportunity for district, the board and district personnel to have a focus group of high school students who express their particular voice on matters. So here are the next steps. We are hoping to have a resolution drafted by staff, and we did have the previous resolution passed by the board as an example, to be placed in the meeting, for the meeting agenda on the 23rd. And what we would do there is basically reconfirm what is in the charter under 1.7, and then add in appendices for each committee with the exception of the SAG. We would put in any other priorities for the year. And with that, I will open it up to any comments on mainly the liaisons that are most familiar with those committees, anything that they think is a priority for the committee that is not already stated in the charter. So I guess starting with the DAC.
I think the DAC is pretty straightforward with what's required in legislation. And so unless there's an area related to educating the community around the bond, but I don't really think that fits within their purview. So I'm not sure if Mr. Reynolds has any thoughts that extend beyond what typically the DAC addresses.
No, I think they're pretty straightforward in terms of their, at least their initial ask and task right now is going to be focused on the UIP. I know that's going to be extremely heavy beginning of the year because that's now due in the middle of October. So for the next 2 months, we're going to be spending pretty much all of our time on that. I do know that we will have some potential changes to some evaluation rubrics for groups that we did not touch last year. So I know those are 2 areas for sure. Outside of that, I know that they have been involved in some budget recommendations. That has been something that has been fairly consistent as well.
Okay. Director Williams.
So as both a member of the DAC and then also as a liaison, when I was on a SAC and then I was liaison to the DAC, at the end of all the meetings, we generally did either table topics when it was in person, and then it moved when we started doing online because of COVID to like a Jamboard type thing. And I guess my ask or my question, I guess, is there a way that either, I guess I always just felt like what was done with that information that was done at the table topics, and how did we utilize those conversations going forward? I always just felt like we had this conversation and then I don't ever really know what was done with that. And so that was just from my perspective sitting as a DAC member at the time. So just out of curiosity, yeah, go ahead.
So we actually got other feedback, and so we did something different this year. I had always as staff done a staff reflection to make sure that I had my ducks in a row for things that I had to accomplish as a staff member. I had never shared that with a DAC before in the 6 years that I've worked with them. So this year, I actually shared that with them to say, look, these are all the things that you helped get accomplished at the end of the year. The reception, I'll just say, was overall very positive from the DAC when they saw not only this is the work that we did, but this is how it influences everything that we've done in the district. So that's one piece of feedback that they provided me this year. And so I tried to incorporate that to answer to that very thing, to say, here is all of the tasks that you all have prescribed for them as area of focus. These are the meetings at which we actually accomplished all of the different things regarding the areas of focus. And here are the outputs. So not only the times that you met, but these are the things that were influential based on the advisement and recommendations. And so it's a process thing on my part that I just had never done before.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It was super helpful.
But I think in addition, I think we can do a better job sharing back, like on the dais, so you can kind of say, this is what I heard in the meeting through those tabletop, conversations. And I think that's a really important part for us to play as liaisons. And I think part of our challenge is it gets to be pretty late at night by the time it's time to do these share outs. So I wonder if maybe there's a written report that could happen from liaisons that just say, here are the major items. I mean, that's more of a process thing for us to talk through. But I've been thinking about that a lot because I think the value of being a liaison is we're supposed to bring back what we're hearing from the committee as well. So I think what I've heard from the DAC is they're busy, the same priorities, no real changes for them.
The only change I may recommend is the superintendent may explicitly solicit DAC as a stakeholder in revisions to the culture of excellence and inclusion type of work that may go on throughout the year. And I don't know if we want to explicitly list that as a separate priority.
Well, I think that should be listed in all of the committees, probably. I don't know. I think I need to wait until after we have the presentation as well, because I've been ruminating on that a little bit as well, so I don't know.
Okay, any other comments on DAC?
Just a question, Director Peterson.
Yeah.
So we also have an attachment that has the current committee task priorities. So will it expedite, just kind of like Director Meek just did, is to say the priorities still are stand as they did? Is that kind of, will that expedite
Yeah, I think that'll expedite it.
Okay.
Say, current priorities
Are the same?
are the same.
Yeah.
Are there any exceptions? Anything that goes away or anything that needs to be added?
Perfect.
Thank you. So moving on to the FOC. We do have standing focus areas, our audit, quarterly financials, and it said citizens budget guide last time. And then again, the things that are standard admin staffing levels compared to other districts, comp review, enrollment deep dive, and then potential development review of an exploration of basically specials, athletics, activities, arts, CT, and concurrent enrollment were the things that were listed last time. Obviously, the one other thing I've heard, and I'll turn it over to Director Weiniger, the discussion of having a bond guide, I think would be the one addition that would be new.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's pretty standard except for that. Adding a bond or debt plan. Would you say so too, Jana? Yeah.
Okay. Any other additions that would go on to that?
No, I don't believe so. But this isn't like a strict, like if there's something that comes up, they're allowed to look into it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's just to give them starting direction for the year.
Yeah.
Anything that would be pop-up or emergent would be added and could be delegated by the board at that time if we need to
Okay.
shift priorities. LRPC, the standards here are the capacity and boundary consultation, the master capital plan, which they just released and produced again for this year, property, facility, and land inventory, and then CART, providing recommendations to the Charter Authorization Review Team. LRPC, go ahead, Director Meek.
Do you mind if I jump in? I think the SCUBA committee, the school capacity boundary, they specifically need to conduct outreach for the Chatfield urban area, the North Planning Area facility. So there's specific outreach that needs to take place in that area to address both the capacity concerns with growth, but also some of the underutilized capacity issues. So I do think we want to add something specific to that, to LRPC in that regard.
Okay, noted. And I would say maybe the other item that was discussed would be if a bond is passed to specifically focus on a repurposing plan as schools are built.
Right. And then I know the sixth grade, moving sixth grade is something that's always out there. And I think that's another area perhaps we could task LRPC is looking at whether sixth grade should be moved to middle school as a system-wide approach. There's a lot of ideas for LRPC. And I don't know if that rises to the level of some of the other. And then the other area for LRPC is pre-K, coming into effect. So it would probably, and I don't think Rich is here any longer tonight. Oh, he is. Okay, I can't see you over there. So are there things you'd like to add? Okay.
Other thoughts by any directors on LRPC?
Director Peterson?
Yeah, Director Ray.
This just jogged my thought about an FOC possible task is kind of that analysis of that small school situation in terms of finance. you know, because we do have a lot of schools that are under that 250 mark, and I'm wondering if we might use FOC to help us analyze that point in time when a school is no longer financially efficient, for lack of a better word, where there's, you know, once, I don't know that we've really gotten down to a point like Jeffco has said that, you know, we've got these schools that are under a certain amount, we've got to make a decision about whether to merge or do something with those schools. But I'm just wondering if there's an FOC analysis around cost for how much it costs to actually run a elementary school. I know Superintendent Kane mentioned specials, for instance. I mean, that's always an impact on a small school that you start having part-time specials and things like that. But I don't know if that's an FOC task or what that is, but just kind of how to analyze cost and when schools get to a place where they're no longer financially efficient because of their numbers, their enrollment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's FOC or LRPC under the larger umbrella of repurposing. Superintendent, do you have a recommendation? I know it's our committees, but in terms of the expertise.
My recommendation would be FOC. And that would be an analysis that I think would be very interesting, just in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll add it to the FOC list.
Ms. Weiniger, is that okay, Director Weiniger? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Director Ray. Any others on LRPC? Okay, moving to mill bond oversight. The main charge, again, is familiar with the 2018 mill levy override, which they already are, and we would obviously have to increase the charter following the passage of a bond in MLO should it pass. Other than that, there was no other charter for MBOC. It's pretty self-evident what they do.
I know there was a question, I think, that John brought up, that it's difficult to fill all the membership spots because we've become so specific in saying it has to be an elementary representative or whatnot. And I don't know if we need to help them with those bylaws in terms of making it more flexible so they don't have so many vacancies.
Maybe a consideration of bylaws revisions to expand membership on the committee.
Expand or just to simplify membership, yeah.
Okay. Any others on MBOC? Okay, and then finally, Student Advisory Group, which again, I think is self-evident, build on previous year's focus areas. The one I did note, though, is we did not get the financial literacy brief this year, so I'd like to see a little extra emphasis on that because frankly, I was really looking forward to what they were going to offer, and they unfortunately had to cancel. But student improvement topics, I know the superintendent is taking on the complaint processes and merging it with other things, so that is already being worked on. Broaden communication strategies and student input opportunities, that's the student voice that we've talked about. And then policy review, specifically around proposed policy updates that may impact student behavior and provide feedback. That is the standing charters as we have them. Are there any additionals that we think we need to do for this year specifically?
Just a clarification in the PowerPoint that gives their charge. There really are more, they're more than a focus group. They really are a representative group that presents to us actionable items. And I think we have to be careful that we don't just use them as a sounding board, that we really validate their work to say, you know, that they can come to us and give us a topic that we should in turn create some kind of actionable response to. And I think just the other thing, again, they are our committee, you know, and so I think we also have to be careful that we don't say that district has access to them unless SAG invites them. And that's how it's worked so far, is that if like, as Mrs. Clemish came, it was, they wanted to talk about how policy is set. So I think we also, because that group can get really hammered with everybody's going to go to SAG to say, hey, what do you think about this? What do you know, and I think we have to be careful that we don't use them for that sounding board for the district, that it really needs to be driven by us as well as the SAG leadership. So just, I don't know if that's necessarily a clarification to the charge as much as it's just a clarification to who they are. So I don't know, Director Myers, if that's.
Well, I'm in agreement with what you said. There's a point, and I just had a little bit of experience with SAG. With all the hard work they do, figure out implementing some of their ideas. How do we do that?
Okay, and that is the end of the groups if there are no further comments. Okay, I do have a recommendation for number 11, given the time, given when we started and where we are. And I am very much looking forward to passing norms around time that we discussed in our earlier meeting. If the board is okay, given the depth of discussion that I think we need to have occur and given the late hour, if for number 11, if we can just concede that we will expect on the 23rd a simple request for an extension, and I'm going off of slide 3 on what would have been the superintendent's presentation that basically asks for a resolution extension until June 30, 2023 to engage a variety of expanded stakeholder groups on this topic and come back with some feedback. Right now, just as a reminder, the requirement was feedback in September. So we already met for the month of August. The Director Meek and I were there, and it is kind of what the Equity Advisory Council is expecting. So if we can just agree that we will have a consent agenda item to extend the deadline on the resolution to the 30th of June, I believe we can reschedule the superintendent's engagement plan since it doesn't have a close deadline. And I'll take any comments on that because I just think we're getting a little late, and I want to respect the attention of the people that want to tune into this discussion. And I just think we're a little overloaded right now, if that is okay with the board. Director Meek.
Yeah, it is getting late. I agree. And I worry that if we don't have this conversation, that's a reflection. I think there are community members that care very deeply about this conversation. So I'm not sure I'm comfortable just putting it on the consent agenda at the next meeting. I think it deserves dialogue. So I don't think it deserves dialogue right now because we're all a little tired. And I just know it is such an important topic for our community, and people have very strong views and opinions. And so I hesitate just to say we're going to put it on consent agenda next time without having some planned dialogue.
Yeah, and when I said put it on consent agenda, I just meant the extension to a fit, because I think we do need to vote on the extension, but to have the full presentation in the dialogue and to give the superintendent an opportunity to present and us to discuss as a board in front of the community, I would say maybe just put the extension on the consent and then schedule the full presentation and dialogue. We'll see what's queued up for the 23rd. I don't want to have another super long packed meeting, but to schedule it either on the 23rd or just put the extension on consent and have the full presentation, dialogue, open discussion with the public for September. But just, we'll look at what's on the 23rd, but if we can just get the extension passed and then have the separate discussion about what that path forward looks like, that's what I'm proposing.
Director Peterson?
Director Ray, go ahead.
So I would say I think it has to be, the extension has to go with the discussion. Okay. I'm not comfortable just approving the extension on a consent. I think the discussion will lead to whether or not the extension makes sense. Okay. So I think it has to be packaged, remain packaged together.
Okay, so if we're agreeable, it won't go on consent, it'll be an action item, and then we can have a request for an extension with a discussion as an action item on the 23rd, if everyone's agreeable. Okay, so Superintendent Kane, we will plan on that going forward. Which brings us to President reports, Vice President items, and Director and Cabinet liaison reports, and then an optional adjournment into executive session. So I will go quickly through item number 12. President reports, Board of Education regular meeting is scheduled for the 23rd of August. Agenda planning for the 23rd August meeting will occur this Thursday on the 11th of August at 10:30. As has been stated multiple times tonight, the 23rd August meeting will include a board vote on the proposed bond MLO language. For anyone that's still with us, I am looking forward to an outstanding and great year, specifically focusing on implementing our new science of reading-based literacy programs and building on our solid foundations in core areas like writing, math, science, and hopefully having our first quote-unquote normal year in some time. So with that in mind, on August 17th, the Colorado Department of Education will release the spring 2022 standardized testing data to the public. For those that don't know, we kind of stopped normal testing during the COVID disruption. So this will be the first normal testing cycle since 2019. And it'll really give us an idea of where our students are, where we are as a district, where we are relative to other districts, and kind of give us additional data, which I'm sure Mr. Reynolds will love to provide to us. So we need to know as a district and a board if we have to shift some priorities going forward based on whatever learning loss occurred or didn't occur and to what degree. And I'm hoping to add that a quick update on the data that we have at that time at the next board meeting on the 23rd, so we can get a real good look at where we are. Superintendent Kane?
President Peterson, we are happy to do that, but we would like to keep in mind that it will be a super small update because it will only cover achievement, that we don't have any information on growth in our data report around state testing, which is complete and robust, typically will take place in October or later, but we could do a quick 5-minute snapshot of here's where we are in achievement. So
absolutely, and thank you for the clarification. That is the intent. The information that we do have, get it out there so the public's aware, so they can see where we are, and as we get the additional in-depth information to brief it at that time. But I think we want to get an early look and get it out to our public as to where we are.
Great, we appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
That is the end of my comments. Director Williams, Vice President, items.
Well, first, I just want to say welcome back. And I'm very excited. Being in the schools yesterday, I think Stacy and Aaron and Eileen and I hit 7 schools all the way from Cherry Valley to Larkspur to Southridge and Sage Canyon, all the others. So just what an incredible experience to see the energy that our teachers, our staff, the excitement of the kids coming into the classrooms again to see their friends. And I am just very excited for a good 22-23 school year, and just wanted to welcome everyone back. And then just a quick update on LRPC, and I might forget something, so maybe Director Meek could help me out. But the biggest thing I took, we had a really lively and long conversation around the potential location of Lehman Academy, which they will be presenting to the board, I believe on the 23rd. So just another item.
Maybe a little later.
Oh, maybe later? Anyway, bottom line is they had a very long discussion about that and brought up a lot of points that I hadn't considered, so I'm excited for that conversation. But that's all I have. Thanks.
And I'll open it up to, let's go from Director Hanson on down this time, and we'll reverse it next time. Any other director items, board committee, and liaison reports? Director Ray.
No, I would just echo what Director Williams said. It was wonderful to be in the schools. Mr. Reynolds is a very good driver. I will just celebrate that as well. Didn't drive too fast. I understand there's other cabinet members though that drove pretty fast. So I'm just saying, Mr. Reynolds, you were right on. So, but yeah, welcome back. We're glad to be back. Director Myers.
I'm going to ditto Christy, and I was with Rich, and we had a great time. 7 schools, is that about what we did? So it was a great time. I did attend my first DCCF meeting, Douglas County Community Foundation, and quickly they take in a lot of money, and I was there the day they handed out 9 checks. So they just give continuously to Douglas County. It was awesome. That's it. Thank you.
One exception for me is I sit as the board representative to the Kendrick Castillo Memorial Committee. We are working very close to finalization, and I will get with the superintendent and Mr. Windsor and folks about some great, wonderful suggestions around robotics tournaments and some other things that I think that come with existing scholarships and sponsors. So there's some desire there, but I will hand it off to the superintendent and the district leadership. But some wonderful work being done there. Director Williams, anything else that you missed? Director Weiniger.
I had a partnership of Douglas County governments meeting, and Aaron gave a funding presentation and did a great job. And we also got a presentation on economic development, and they also echoed the importance of investing in our schools and how people who want to open businesses here and improve our economy, especially when it's uncertain, that we need to have a good school district. So they reinforced what Aaron was presenting on, and it was a good meeting. And then just echoing what everyone else is saying about the visiting the schools, and we also got to welcome new teachers the following Monday. And I thought Aaron also did a great job with one of her priorities with culture and climate and making it very optimistic and friendly and exciting. And the energy there was very great too. And we had a lot of new teachers. It was awesome.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I'm excited about the start of a new school year. Not that it's a competition, but I think I went to 10 schools, and I was very, very tired.
That has to be breaking one of the new norms, but I don't know which one it is. So.
It was so fun, and it was amazing to see our building leaders and see all the students who are so excited to be back in school and see them learning their fight songs and having just a lot of fun. So that was amazing. With LRPC, the only other thing I might mention, they passed the declaration of surplus property for the Cantrell property. So I think we'll be seeing that in the near future. I already talked about the scuba outreach plans, and then the Lehman conversation was very, very interesting. And I did want to just highlight a couple of things for when we do hear from them. Their offer to have a center-based programming for special education students, I don't think we analyze that as part of their CART process, like the delivery of that service. So I just wonder if that impacts our evaluation or should impact that when it comes back to us. I don't know enough. I know enough to be dangerous. And so I'm just asking the question whether that's something we need to take a look at. And also get input from parents who might utilize that program. So anyway, it was a very fascinating conversation, and I think I left with more questions than answers, and I think they're kicking it back to the board, for the board to really have that conversation and decide on that. So anyway, I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. And we will move to what may be our last item, which would be to adjourn and convene an executive session, a closed session. And the recommendation is that the Board of Education adjourn the study session and convene an executive session, a closed session, for the purpose of conferring with the district's attorney to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6402-4B regarding pending litigation in the matter of Robert Marshall versus Douglas County Board of Education et al., Douglas County District Court case number 2022-CV30071, and if voted in by 2/3 of a vote, the requested people will be all directors present, Superintendent Kane and Jeff Blue from Gessler Blue for discussions. Do I have a motion to adjourn and convene in an executive session as stated?
Motion to adjourn and convene an executive session.
Motion by Myers. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Weiniger. I will call the roll. Director Hansen.
Aye.
Director Meek.
Aye.
Director Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0, and this meeting is officially adjourned.